Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody had a great lunch. Are we still feeling awesome? Are we still feeling happy? Okay, fantastic. All right, you want one of those together? All right. We're about ready to get started this afternoon with our legislative session. Oh, Darlene, did you have something? Okay, Darlene's going to kick me out for 2 seconds here.
Because before we get down to business, I have two things I want to announce. First of all, I know we've done some birthdays before, but we missed one. Doris Chesser, where are you? From Greater Houston, USBC. Would you stand up, please? Now, I understand today's your 80th birthday, but what I also understand, congratulations, what I also understand is you have a World War II vet with you. Is that right? Okay, there's a World War II vet in this room somewhere. Where are you? Stand up. Okay. I want both of you. Now, y'all are going to make me cry before I say what I need to say. I want you two to remain standing. I got another World War II vet over here, wonderful. And another one over here, oh my God! Well, I want you all to stand up. Korean War. I want you to stand up because I want to make sure you hear me say how awesome you all are, because through your efforts this morning, I have so far received $5,323.
That is amazing. That is absolutely awesome. Sorry, it's awesome and it's amazing. All right, we'll stick with the theme. It's awesome. On that note, I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor this, but I just got an email over the break. Is Derek Holmes still here? I'm not sure if he's still in attendance with us, our Chuck Hall Star of Tomorrow. Just received an email, a press release from Wichita, Kansas, that next semester, Derek Holmes will be receiving one of Wichita State University's most prestigious scholarships, the $52,000 Harry Gore Scholarship. And I'm not sure how many of you out there are familiar with it, but this scholarship is given to 2 high school seniors based on leadership potential. So that is fantastic. I think that's something we can all appreciate. And it's awesome. I've just got a lot of adjectives I want to use. We'll stick with awesome. Okay. We have a lengthy session this afternoon, and I know we might have had some challenges with taking a break this morning. We don't have any formal breaks scheduled for the afternoon session. If anybody does need to use the restroom or step out of the room for any other reason to make a phone call, please do so. But please remember to surrender your voting device to one of our staff members at the door, and then you can retrieve it when you come back into the room. So at this time, I trust that everybody has a registered voting device, so let's go with that. If you don't have a voting device and you are a registered delegate, please raise your hand, and staff will bring you one. We've got a couple of folks there. I think everybody's one in the back. Okay, just keep your hands up, please. Our staff's coming to you right now. Also, at this time, I would like to recognize our 2 delegates that were appointed to sit with staff during the legislative session and also to be on hand to verify the voting for the board elections. First, we have Tom Dale from Virginia State USBC. Tom, please raise your hand. Thank you. And Karen Stump from the South Sound USBC. Now at this time, please welcome Legal and Legislative Committee Chair Tamara Adams to begin the legislative segment of our annual meeting.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Gosh, y'all sound good. As we enter this legislative session, please refer to your Bylaws amendment booklet that you were given at registration. Andrew will chair the session, and I will announce each proposed amendment. As the proposed amendment comes from a committee or through the USBC Board of Directors, they do not require a second. And once announced, they are open for discussion. I will advise you when I announce the proposed amendment of the recommendation of the USBC Board of Directors. The presenter of an amendment will be given the first opportunity to speak. Proposed amendments are called primary amendments. An amendment to a primary amendment is defined as a secondary amendment per Robert's Rules of Order. If there is an amendment to one of the primary or proposed amendments, as they are printed in the booklet, we ask that when possible, this amended motion be submitted in writing for clarification and correctness. Secondary amendment to a proposed, or as it really is, a primary amendment, are voted on prior to the action on the proposed amendment, which appears in the booklet. The chair will state the amended version. A delegate or registered attendee is allowed a 2-minute discussion, and when needed, a rebuttal of an additional 2 minutes once all first-time speakers have had the opportunity to present their opinion. Please go to a microphone, and a USBC staff member will notify the chair. The chair will then recognize you by the number of the microphone. When it is your turn, please state your name and your association that you are representing. Once you have stated your name and the representation of the association, at that point, the 2 minutes began. Discussion will continue until the chair deems it is appropriate to vote or a member of the delegation has a call for the motion and that motion has been approved. You should have received an electronic voting device. This is the equivalent to a written ballot. Please note that for any amendment needing such a ballot, President Kane will announce the numbers on your voting keypad to use. During the legislation session, you will press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. You may press that button as many times as you want to, and if at the very end you've decided to change your mind, you may do that, because the device only records the last button pressed. A green light will indicate that your vote has been registered. For the league and tournament rules as they apply to adults, a majority vote is required to approve. For bylaw amendments, a 2/3 vote is required to approve. If you make a mistake, quickly press the number you want again, and the machine will record only your last vote. At any time, if you have a problem with your voting device, please signal for a USBC staff member to assist you. If you need to leave the room, you must surrender your keypad to the designated staff member at the exit. You will be given another voting device when you return. I would like to introduce to you the individuals alongside that I may call upon during the session to answer questions or to assist. Members of the Legal and Legislative Committee, and you guys kind of wave or smile or something. Tony Colangelo, happy birthday. Joe Diamond, Mike Italia, Kelly Kulik, Mark Martin, and Marcy Williams. Also here representing USB staff in the Rules Department is Mike Spritko, who is the Managing Director of Rules and Association Services, and Laurie Smedick, Rules Counselor, and this year Ben Brose, Rules Counselor. Finally, I want to introduce you our legal counsel, and parliamentarian. We have a new face this year. His name is Scott Bechtel. Mr. Bechtel is a colleague of Thor's and a partner in the law firm of Michael Best and Frederick. He has worked on many legal matters on behalf of USBC and is well-versed on our history and bylaws. He represents businesses in all aspects of employment and labor relations, with special emphasis in litigation of discrimination and other matters in federal and state courts. Since 2011, Mr. Bechtel has been selected as one of the 100 most powerful corporate employment lawyers in the United States by Human Resources Executive Online. We are really pleased and thrilled to have you with us. Yes, you may applaud for him. On the way to lunch, I asked Scott if he were enjoying his first convention, and then he's answered in the affirmative. Now that we are all well-versed with the process and the procedures and the people involved, and you have your important voting device, please turn to the 2014 Proposed Amendments, LR1. Are you ready? We can do this together. I like to do things backwards. Present rule, USBC Playing Rule, Chapter 4, League Rule, Rule 115A, dismissal of a league officer or player. Item 2, the USBC Board recommends approve.
LR1 is now open for discussion. Is the proposer Evelyn Peoples in the audience who would like to speak to this proposal? Is there any discussion on LR1? Seeing none, we will proceed with the vote. If you please get your voting devices ready. Press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. Polling is now closed. Oh. With 92% by your actions, you have approved LR1. You get the total with a total vote count of 704 and 62 against.
Proposed Amendment TR1, USBC Playing Rules, Chapter 6, Tournament Rules, Rule 313, Free or Reduced Entries. The USBC Board recommends approve.
Discussion on TR1 is now open. Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Carl Keelik, presenter of this proposal. I brought this proposal forward as a longtime tournament manager. One of the tools that works for businesses is to offer reduced fares, for example, for repeat customers. That's why there's so many reward programs out there. This is a rule proposal that will help tournaments. It's completely optional. It's not going to be suitable for every single tournament. The rule does require that the prize fund breakdown be provided in the rules if they're offering a reduced entry, which means the tournament entrant is informed. They have the choice to accept the rules or not, just like they do today. You're not going to hide anything. I've heard some comments about that you lose some protection for the bowlers. I'll submit to you it's quite the contrary. There are tournaments like this running all over the country right now that offer reduced entries. The issue with them, they're not certified, which means those bowlers bowling that tournament do not have the protection of USBC rules. This allows those type of tournaments to fall under our rule structure, and those bowlers have the protections provided And as an outstanding governing body, we should want that. One of the metrics that we're going to be measured by is tournament participation. Approval of this rules proposal simply gives all of us one more tool in the toolbox to help us out. Obviously, as a proposer, I would appreciate a vote for approving this tournament rule.
Is there any further discussion on Rules Proposal TR1? Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 2, please.
Don Gates, Leesburg Bowling Association. The rule in the books has been there for almost forever that when a tournament certified by ABC or USBC is run, the prize fund addition by every bowler will be equal. If there's 1,000 entries and it's $10 going into the prize fund, there's a $10,000 prize fund. This rule here will water that down considerably. It will not guarantee that everyone is on the same level plane, that everyone puts in the same amount of prize money. There's other ways to reduce the entry. You get it from working with a bowling center to maybe not charge for lineage or charge less for lineage, or you use sponsorship money to give for squad prizes, the entries or stuff like that. I don't think this entry should be changed at all. It should remain that if you're $10 entry fee in and there's 1,000 entries, there's a $10,000 prize fund to shoot for.
Is there any new discussion on Rules Proposal TR1? If none, Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1.
I appreciate Mr. Gates' response, and I would concur that when it's possible to get discounted lineage, get sponsorship, putting those protections in to guarantee the prize fund, as he states it, are possible. Those of us that run local championship tournaments or any other tournament, sometimes you know how absolutely difficult it is to get added money. Most of our tournaments are self-sufficient on the entry fees. I submit to you once again, it has to be in the tournament rules. The bowlers choose to make that decision, conscious decision to enter. If they choose to enter when there's reduced fees, it means they have accepted those conditions and they are perfectly fine with every bowler not having the same entry fee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any new discussion or further discussion on Rules Proposal TR1? Seeing none, we will proceed with the vote. If you please grab your electronic voting device, press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. Polls are now open. Polling is now closed. A total of 65% to approve, 35% to reject. By your actions, this body has approved TR1. The total vote count of 501 for and 265 against.
As we begin to go into the section that addresses bylaw changes, please remember it requires a 2/3 vote. But also as we go through B1, B2, and B3, I'm very much aware that all of you were not able to attend the legislative session. So what we will do is once you have taken action on B1, when I bring B2 to the floor, I will explain to you the impact that B1, if you have adopted it or if you have rejected it, has on B2. And that is how we will work through them, because we want you to be very clear about the issue on which you are casting your ballot. B1, USBC National Bylaws, Article 6, Meetings, Section A, Annual Meeting, Item 4B. The USBC Board recommends approve.
Is the submitter of this proposal, B1, present? I believe Bob Ashley from Centerville, Virginia, will be representing this proposal. Chair will recognize microphone 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Ashley, past president, nation's capital area. 1 year ago on this floor, we were asked to consider this very proposal, a proposal that missed passing by 10 votes, which I understand was the closest any dues proposal has come to being approved since we merged. Now, this has been positively received by a majority of the delegates. We, the co-proposers, believe this is the best solution for local associations, and as such, we're bringing it back for your consideration. Some of the merits that this amendment has. It provides a permanent solution for local associations, eliminating the need to bring up proposals every odd year to raise the cap on local dues. It allows local associations to best determine the fees needed to provide services to their membership. This amount will vary for different parts of the country. What's sufficient in a smaller town may not be sufficient in a larger metropolitan city. Under the current process to increase local dues, it really is a 2-year process. First, to get the increase here, and then you have to go back locally and get it. And you have to ask yourself, what successful business is able to wait 2 years to address any revenue shortfalls? Now, this proposal does not change this delegation's authority to determine USBC national dues. It simply allows local associations to set their own policies on their dues. And raising the cap is you're just kicking the can down the road a year, maybe 2, before another proposal to increase is needed, and taking the focus away from more crucial and critical aspects of our sport, such as membership growth. And a local board of directors, like any business, is elected by their members to run the business with fiduciary responsibility to run it in an appropriate manner. Local associations do function as a business, and this proposal gives each local association the flexibility and opportunity to operate in the best interest of their members. So on behalf of the co-authors of this proposal, I respectfully ask that together we approve Amendment B1, because together we can. Thank you.
Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Sherry Schmalling, Greater Portland, USBC. I sit on a board that also bowls and knows bowlers and are responsible to those bowlers. If we have the authority to raise our dues, I, like the rest of you in this room, would only do what we think our bowlers would need and appreciate. I think that we all know what we need to do, and therefore should have the responsibility to do that.
Thank you. Chair would like to now recognize the speaker at microphone 1, please.
Yes, Nancy Arvanites, North County, USBC. I would like to propose an amendment to this amendment to say, following the additional proposal with the approval of the local membership. And the reason is because we have always trusted our membership to elect the people that are responsible for them. And they have the right, in my view, to let us know whether or not we are doing the right thing by them. They trust us, yes. But if we give them the vote to approve, and I do believe that the local association should have the right to increase their dues as they see fit, particularly if it is for awards and things that are necessary to run the association. But I also think that the membership, as we have always done in the past, has the final say on what our bylaws should read.
Okay. Let's get it up. We'll have the motion to amend B1. Is there a second to that amendment?
I didn't hear a motion.
Microphone 2, please.
Yes, Mark Brzezinski, Treasure Coast USBC. I would like to second that motion.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will provide the language here. Just a second. Okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment to B1 that would add the approval of the local membership to determining the dues? Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 2.
My name is Prosper Bosley from Central Solano, USBC. And one of the concerns that we had when we discussed these proposed amendments in our board meeting was the fact that there was no maximum that the dues could be raised to. I know the speaker that wanted it for approval said that each association, depending on their size, would require a different amount, and that may be true. But I don't like the idea that a board changes in 20 years and that they can raise to whatever they want to charge their local members as far as dues are concerned. The fact that the proposal would limit in some degree to approval of the members of the association then gives the association a chance to say yea or nay and would be a somewhat controlling factor. So while I'd like to see that amendment passed and accepted by the proposal of the amendment, I still have my doubts about there being no maximum that the dues can be raised to. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend B1? Speaker at microphone 1, please.
Carl Keelik, El Paso, USBC. Thank you again, Mr. President. We all function under a democratic process. We're elected by our membership. We are responsible to our members in everything we do. If they don't like a decision we make, they also have the option to unelect us. The other thing I'll tell you is for a lot of you, think about your annual meeting, what the attendance is at your annual meeting. A lot of it already is made up by a majority of your board of directors in a lot of cases. So your board of directors, even at the annual meeting, are driving decisions. I would also submit to you that there are many other ways to seek membership feedback and get much better feedback through surveying. We surveyed our bowlers, and I had over 200 responses. On my annual meeting was a quarter of that. But I get a better perspective of what my membership wants when I go out and reach out to them, other than depending on those that show up. Certainly we should all reach out to our members and find out what they will support. But the board of directors is ultimately charged with the responsibilities of running. I understand it, but I think you can get membership input many different ways, and so a lot of it, and you can still require it locally. If you feel like that's what's best for your association, by all means, put it in your policies. But it's not necessarily going to be the best case for every association. And for me, I don't think I should be in a position, being from El Paso, to dictate what somebody in Buffalo, New York is doing with their business. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend B1? Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1.
Jerry Anderson, Dallas, USBC, BA. If I were to try to vote on the other amendment, I would probably turn it down. But this one has the amendment. I want our members to vote on any dues increase. I don't want any ifs, ands, or buts. I want our people to tell us it's okay.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend B1? Seeing none, we will proceed with the vote on the motion to amend B1. Just for clarification, this will require a majority vote to approve the motion to amend B1. Polling is now open. Please press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. Polling is now closed. With 61% approving and 39% to reject, by your actions, you have amended Bylaws Proposal B1. We will now return to Bylaws Proposal B1 as amended. Determination of standard maximum adult dues for national, state, and local, including the provision for approval by local membership. Is there any discussion on amended proposal B1? Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
My name is J.C. Onwan from New York City, USBC. I seem to have a problem with people who don't want me to decide my own fate. We're not forcing associations to raise their dues. If you don't want to raise your dues, don't. But don't strangle me and my association because your expenses are different than mine. Just what Carl Kuchek said. You cannot compare different associations. We don't own a house. We pay rent. Our bills are going up. We have to buy awards. Let my association decide my own fate. I'm not asking for anything else. If we believe the dues should go up, we should have that right. Do not strangle me and by saying, well, you have to do this, we've done it this way. No business in its right mind would allow somebody small to dictate to someone's big. I mean, it's insane. Let us make our own decision. In my association, the delegates, the people who come to think, vote on the dues. If they don't come, not my fault. We notify them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any further discussion on the amended bylaws proposal B1? Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1.
Good afternoon, Gary Foreman, President, Orange County USBC. In full disclosure, I'm also the treasurer of the Southern Cal Proprietors Association. One thing that Tamara reminded us all last year in connection with this is if anybody were to go sky high and go way out of line, that the USBC on a national basis would come back and tell them, hey, they can't do that. Okay, so there is still oversight and guidance for somebody that would try to raise their dues out of line. So I support this. I believe it's time that the associations are able to control their own destiny, and I would urge everybody to vote yes on B1 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on amended bylaws proposal B1? Seeing none, we will proceed with the vote. If you please grab your electronic voting device, press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. Polling is now open. Polling is now closed. With a total of 79% for and 21% against, by your actions, you have adopted amended bylaws proposal B1. Total vote count of 594 and 161 against.
Thank you. I have an announcement in regard to B3. Yes, I know we just acted on B1, but the gentleman, Bill Chestnut, who proposed B3, has submitted in writing the following statement. If B1 is adopted, I am withdrawing B3. We will not act on B3. Our next proposal is B2, USBC National Bylaws, Article 3, Membership and Dues, Section B, Dues. The USBC Board recommends to approve. By your action taken on B1, you have placed into the hands of the Board of Directors, if approved by their membership, the authority of control over dues. B2 does not negate that action. What B2 does, if approved, it would set a cap under which that local board of directors, if granted the authority of jurisdiction over the dues, it would set the cap at the maximum that they could raise the dues.
Is the proposer of bylaws proposal B2 present? Chair will recognize the speaker at microphone 2, please.
Hello, I'm Aaron Vosberg, Association Manager for Sacramento. And I was here last year when we discussed the whole controversy over whether the membership should be able to vote or the board should handle that. And so when I went home, I decided that, well, we would put together a proposal that would simply raise the cap to $15 instead of $10, allowing the local associations to choose at what level they wanted to raise the dues, if at all. And then it would still, as was mentioned, maintain the fact that your local membership would still have a hand in voting for this. So if you wanted to raise the dues 50 cents, you could. If you wanted to raise it $1, you could. But that would be up to each individual local association. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on bylaws proposal B2? Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Ashley, past president, NCA USBCA. We just finished approving an amendment that gives control to the local board on the amount and needs to be approved by the membership. What I understand B2 to do is to set a cap, which we just got ourselves out from under. Do we want to go back to a cap and then come back here a few years later and push the cap back up? I sense that this contradicts what we just approved in B1. Thank you.
Chair would like to recognize the speaker at microphone 2, please.
My question, Nancy Folden, Memphis, Tennessee, is similar. We just had an amendment that gave approval of an increase in dues to the membership. And Tamara just announced the board of directors. Does that not have to be the membership?
The amended version of B1 would allow the control of the authority of dues under the local board of directors based on a vote that put that authority into the hands of the board of directors. As I understood the amendment, that would be a one-time vote, granted the board the authority over jurisdiction of the dues.
No, that's
Every time. Sorry. Sorry.
Clarify. It would allow for the approval of local dues to be by the local membership. That was the approval for amended B1. Correct. Speaker at microphone 1, please.
Dale Bone, St. Louis, USBC. The way I'm reading it, like what we just did with B1, the amendment to the amendment was under, if you look in the heading, merged local bylaws. This amendment is referring to national bylaws, and I think that's where the confusion is coming in.
The reason it refers to the national bylaws is that is where the cap for state local is placed. Anytime an amendment is made, such as in the local bylaws, if it impacts a national, local, and/or state variety of bylaws, they are codified. But the reason this is listed as national and the reason B1 was listed as national is that is where the local cap on dues is placed.
Is there any further discussion on bylaws proposal B2? Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 2, please.
I'm Prosper Bosley, Central Solano, USBC, and I'd like to voice my approval of this amendment. In Southern California, Bell's Southern California, and this is an extreme example of what I'm talking about, there was no cap. There was no control on the city board of directors, and between their city supervisors and their mayor and their city manager, they went for salaries of $1 million down to $500,000 for their city supervisors. They were finally caught after 10 years with no cap on the amount of money that a board of directors, and with the idea that our annual meetings are very lightly attended. A board of directors for an association can raise whatever they want and charge in their expenses whatever they want. And so for the protection of the bowlers, I would like to have this cap approved. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will now recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Don Ripito with the Columbia USBC in Columbia, Missouri. I have a question about this. We approved B1. Does that take away the maximum as covered in this proposal? If this proposal was rejected, would the maximum still be $10? That's what I'm wondering.
No. Currently, amended bylaws proposal B1 would provide for establishment of local dues by the local membership. That was what was approved. If what B2 does would be to place a cap on the local dues at $15. Currently, as it stands with B1, amended bylaws proposal B1 approved, there is no cap on the maximum amount of local dues, but it is subject to approval of the local membership. Chair will recognize the speaker at microphone 1, please.
Gary Foreman, Orange County USBC, once again. Tamara has already said that with the association were to try to raise dues in an astronomical manner, a manner that was inappropriate for business, that they would come back and say, you can't do that. It's a violation of your fiduciary duty. This would once again continue the debate and continue it on. Once we get to $15 in 10 years with inflation, we go back again and keep on doing it. If you have the membership voting to approve a dues increase, it should be whatever the membership chooses to vote. And once again, the local association should not be hamstrung, because with the rates of inflation in 8, 10 years, and I'm not doing my economics theories today, but 8, 10, 12 years, it'd probably be up above 15, maybe sooner for some of the associations. So I would urge you to vote against B2 and let B stand free and clear as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize Mike Italia.
Mike, you want to come up
It's
here?
not on. If you,
Test, test. Hi, can you hear me? If anyone doesn't know me, Mike Italia, obviously USBC board, but president of the Pottstown Reading USBC. I have the dues sheet here, the local dues, in reference to the gentleman that was comparing us to a out-of-hand council. If I could raise my salary that much, oh man, I'd be driving a Mercedes. But from 25 cents to 10 bucks. And looking at the spread of where the majority is, everybody's in like the $4 to $5 range. Comparing us to a city council, I think, is absurd and just ridiculous. If you want to price yourself out of business, like with like that, then maybe we should just pull your charter. I think you're going to lose members, and you're defeating the purpose of together. We can.
We can.
So let's just try to be reasonable.
Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Sherry Schmalling, Greater Portland, USBC. Kind of reiterating what the last person said. We just voted to put our dues in the hands of our local associations, which is where it should be, because we know our bowlers, we know what we need. Again, you now have the responsibility and the ability to raise your dues or not raise your dues as you see fit. By putting the cap in, we put it back into the hands of the national convention, and I think we're taking a step back on that.
Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Mr. Chairman, Dixie Huxtable, delegate for Wyoming State USBC. I just have a clarification question. What we voted on B1 was the duties of the board. Is that going to be codified across the bylaws to remove the cap language? Because we're in 2 different sections, and I just want to make sure that that's going to happen, because I wasn't comfortable that it was.
If you will notice on your bylaws, usually at the end of the proposal, you will have a section that will state, if adopted, the following will be codified. And yes, they are always codified in those areas where your action impacts.
Thank you.
Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Lowell Lundgren, President Cal USBC. I'm not in favor of this motion. We just passed B1. We are putting the requirements and the delegation and the authority to raise dues into our membership is what we need. There's no way we'd be in office today if we went out of hand, and I'm sure USBC would step up and have a little talking with our board members. We are fiduciarily responsible to be responsible to all of us. We're all here in the room, and we're here to learn and bring the future forward. With this, our services in our area were not made the same in Washington, D.C., Texas, or Maine, or wherever. With that, I recommend to reject this B2.
Thank you. Chair will now recognize speaker at microphone 2, please.
I just wanted to reiterate that placing the cap at $5, if it takes us another 10 or 15 years to then raise that cap again, maybe that's not a bad thing, because that keeps us in control also. It's taken us, oh gosh, 8 or 11 years just to raise our dues $1. So if it just goes up to $5, we might have to revisit this subject again in 10 or 12 years, but I don't see a problem with that.
Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Betty McCann, President, Illinois State Women, USBC. I'd like to call for the question, please.
Is there a second? A few of them. Okay. The call for the question, we will immediately vote on that piece. Give me 2 seconds. We'll get the slide up for everybody. The call for the question requires a 2/3 approval. Otherwise, we will continue discussion of Bylaws Proposal B2. Polling is now open. Please press 1 for to approve, and 2 to reject. And just for clarification, an approval will move us directly to the vote on bylaws proposal B2, and a no vote will reject it, and we will continue with discussion. Polling is now closed. With 77% in favor, we will now proceed with the vote on Bylaws Proposal B2. Discussion has ended on Bylaws Proposal B2. We will now move directly to the vote. Yes, we will now be voting on Bylaws Proposal B2 as originally proposed. Polling is now open. Please press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. And again, as it is a bylaw, this will require a 2/3 vote to pass. Polling is now closed. With 65% voting to reject, you have rejected, by your actions, you have rejected Bylaws Proposal B2. Total of 491 against, 266 for. Wait, did I not say that? It requires 2/3 to pass. It did not pass. I apologize for saying that in reverse. I was looking at the larger number, but by your actions, you have rejected Bylaws Proposal B2.
As stated earlier, B3 has been withdrawn. B4, USBC National Bylaws, Article 3, Membership and Dues, Section B, Dues. The USBC Board recommends approve.
Is the proposer of this amendment available? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Betty McCann, President, Illinois State USBC WBA. Again, like the proposal of B1, the state has had a cap for 5 years now. We too would like to see the availability and flexibility for our states to support more scholarship programs with a dues increase. So I would urge you all to support this proposal.
Thank you. Chair would now like to recognize the speaker at microphone 2, please.
Chris Reedy from the Iowa State USBC WBA. We would support this amendment also. For the 5 years, we have tried to maintain the programs that we had before, but we are lately operating in deficit budgets, so it would be very helpful to us to increase our dues so that we could maintain what we have and improve our awards.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Cindy Lloyd, President, Baltimore USBC WBA. While I agree with everything everyone is saying, my issue now is that with the freedom we now have with B1 and the way it's worded, if our state decides to have a dues increase and I go to my membership and they reject it, I now have to absorb whatever the state has increased. So with the stipulation now that we have in B1 with membership approval,
As I understand your statement,
Yes.
B1 applies only to local dues.
Right.
B4 applies to state dues.
Right. I understand that. What I'm saying is if the state increases, we cannot, and say they jump $1, we can't absorb that dollar. So we're going to have to increase locally. So when I go to my membership with the dues increase, I understand that, but we cannot absorb it. In other words, my membership right now, the dues we have, if the state has goes to $2, just $2, I'm going to have to increase it at the local level in order to give it to them. I'm going to have to tell it to the membership, is what I'm saying. So it wouldn't come through us.
Let me paraphrase what I believe you have stated.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
You know that when at the local level, when someone asks you, how much do I owe for this season's membership? And you give them a figure. I'm just going to throw out $17.
Okay.
When you go back, because within that $17 is your national dues, your local dues, and your state dues. I believe what the lady is pointing out is that if the state increases to $2, that does add to the total amount that the local members would pay.
So
if it goes to $2 and you join the state association and the previous year you had paid $17 and the state delegation raises it from $1 to $2, the next year you would pay $18. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right, so they can just opt out and not pay the state dues. Right, that's what I'm saying. So we're going to get hit at the local level with the dues increase, explaining all that to the membership. That's what I'm after.
Understood. Oh. Thank you. The chair would like to Chair would like to recognize the speaker at microphone 2, please.
Candy Birmingham, Milwaukee, and Wisconsin, USBC WBA. I speak in favor of B4. For those states who don't need an increase, fine. But for those states who feel the need for more revenue dues because of decreases in membership, as well as being able to continue their ongoing awards and scholarship programs and the like, please give them that opportunity for a state dues increase. Please vote yes on B4.
Thank you. Chair will recognize the next speaker at microphone 2, please.
Don Gage, Leesburg Bowling Association, Florida. As I understand it, state dues, the $1 state dues, is not a voluntary thing, is it? It is voluntary. In other words, if a state has, like say New York State has 119,000 members, USBC, and there's a $21 fee, or a dollar fee, does New York State get $119,000 to operate their state tournament?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
If New York State has 119,000 merged USBC association,
okay,
and the dues is $1, does that go to every member of the New York State Bowling Association?
Yes.
So they have now $119,000 to promote the state tournament, right?
Okay. So as I understand your question, you are asking if the bowler can opt out of state dues.
Yeah, right. Is it mandatory
Yes.
if it's passed? When you sign your dues, when you sign your card in the fall to enter the dues, and there's a dollar fee for the state, is that optional?
No. No, it is not.
It's not optional.
No, it is not.
Then if it's there, then New York State has $119,000 coming in from state dues.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And what we're asking is allow them to get 5 times that, right?
No, that would be a cap. The bylaws proposal provides for a cap at $5.
Right. So they could go from $1 to $2 and promote the state tournament for $238,000, right?
I follow your math, sir. I follow your math. Your math is correct, but the bylaws proposal does not provide explicitly for 5 times the amount of the local dues. It provides for the state dues to be at a maximum of $5.
Right.
It does not automatically provide for $5.
No, I know that. I'm just saying right now $119,000 is not enough for New York State, perhaps. You know,
sir, I have to call time on you, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Chair will recognize the speaker at microphone 3, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Matt Favreau from Fairfield County, Connecticut. Mike, kind of going off of what he was saying to some degree, this will increase the cap from $1 to $5, but in order for any increases to happen, am I correct in assuming that that would require the approval of the state delegation at the state meetings? Are there any states where that's not the case?
That's correct.
So basically, what we're asking here with this amendment is to give the states the ability to ask their membership, hey, this is what we need to run our business effectively. We can show cause. They still have to solicit that buy-in before anything changes, correct?
That is 100% correct.
Then just like we did by giving the local associations the ability to operate within their means and tell their membership what their needs are, they still require that buy-in. I think we should give each state the ability to do the same thing and give them that freedom rather than constraining them. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would now like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Rich Foran, Greater Yellowstone Valley, USBC out of Billings, Montana. Some of you have seen me here before, and first I will say that I would like to see everyone vote for approval for this bylaw change. I spent 25 years in the military. One of the things that was very important was chain of command. In our associations, we have the USBC, who is our highest level. They would like to, as a lower level, an association level, why are we passing the state? If we pass the state, then we have no reason for a state. We states still need this information to operate. Therefore, if we look at it and we don't approve this, our states are running, if USBC headquarters says, we want you to go, the state level, to go out and do something, it costs money. Who's going to pay for it? The state has to pay for it. So therefore, we have to utilize our communication, and I believe if we can communicate and utilize our states as a communication tool, both upward and downward in our communication, our states do need the money. And if we don't let this pass, our states are going to end up forced, as USBC, as we all know, USBC has been forced to cut awards, forcing it down onto the locals. Guess what? It's the same thing we're going to work on if we go to the state level. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would now like to recognize speaker at microphone 2, please.
Mr. Chair, Yvette Davis, North Carolina State President. The last 2 gentlemen that spoke on what I was going to say, so now I'm asking the call for the question.
Okay. Is there a second? 5 or 10. Thank you. Okay, as soon as we get the slide up here, we will then proceed with a vote on a call for the question. Polls are now open. Please vote 1 to approve, 2 to reject. And remember, once again, this requires a 2/3 vote for passage. The polls are now closed. With 88% in favor, you've approved a motion to call for the question. We will now proceed directly to the vote on Bylaws Proposal B4. Did you have a count on that? It was 88%. We'll get a count. It was. Oh, yes, the poll, I'm sorry. You guys are fast. Voting is now open on Bylaws Proposal B4. Please press 1 on your voting device to approve and 2 to reject. And please remember again, as this is a bylaws amendment, or the bylaws proposal, this would require 2/3 to pass. Polling is now closed. With a total of 69% in favor and 31% against, by your actions, this body has approved Bylaws Proposal B4 with a total vote count of 522 for and 240 against.
661 and 91 for the call to question.
661?
661 and 91.
And just as a point of clarification, on the previous call for the question, there were 661 votes in favor and 91 votes against. And I believe the percentages were 88 and 12%.
I have in my hand a signed document from Bill Chestnut that if Proposal B4 is approved, he is withdrawing B5. B5 has been withdrawn. B6, USBC National Bylaws, Article 3, Membership and Dues, Section B, Dues. The USBC Board recommends rejection.
Is there the proposer of Bylaws Proposal B6 available? Chair would like to recognize Speaker at microphone 1, please.
Kevin McMacken, North Shore Bowling Association in Slidell, Louisiana. The reason why I made this proposal is I think when the awards and all this kind of stuff decided to be eliminated, a lot of people forgot that a lot of people bowl for those awards. They really, that's the only thing a lot of these bowlers get from USBC is their awards. They like there might be, inexpensive awards, but they like them. It costs us money now to give away your awards. That's why I made this proposal.
Thank you, sir. Chair would now like to recognize Darlene Baker. Do you need the? Okay. Sorry.
Can I just do it here?
Yeah, sure.
I would recommend rejection of this proposal. I understand the reasoning that it was submitted. However, you've spent your time this week listening to different seminars and things. Everything happens at the grassroots. You at the local level need to determine what your members need. Our job at the national level is to provide the resources and the tools you need to do that. And some of the things that you've seen this week has shown you some of the things that we need to provide you from the national level, and none of that comes free. We want to send the association managers out in the fields. You want to see the board members more involved. It all takes money for travel and the tools that they need to support you. And so therefore, I do recommend a no vote on this proposal.
Thank you. The chair would now like to recognize Speaker at microphone 2, please.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Ben Ambridge, Southern Tier USBC Association Manager. I'd like a point of clarification on the wording for National Bylaws, Article 3, Membership and Dues, Section B, Dues. Based on the approval of Amendment B1, does the text that says local dues not to exceed $10 get removed or stay in the national bylaws?
No, by your actions, that has been removed. This proposal would provide for the change in local dues to be not to exceed $13.
The wording in the proposed amendment for B1, even as amended, did not have anything in it about deleting that text.
The proposal in B1 was submitted by a different individual, just as B2 was submitted by a different individual. You did reject B2, which established a cap. This proposal not only reduces the national dues by $3 to $7, it also would put the cap at the local dues at $13. It is a viable motion, and it is subject to the action of this assembly. If you adopt it, it would cause your local cap to be at $13.
Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Jerry Anderson, Dallas, USBC Bowling Association. As much as I would like to vote yes, vote no.
Thank you, sir. The chair would now, I apologize, I believe I missed Mark Martin. Did you have your hand up, sir? Okay. Chair will now recognize the speaker at microphone 3, please.
Not speaking for or against John Tenney, Panama City, Florida. Several years ago, USBC came to us with a dues increase. If we had passed the dues increase like they asked and did their best to explain, we wouldn't be going through this convoluted process we're doing today. You're turning the train loose the way we're going. Let it go back to the national board and approve a dues increase. Give a little bit to the local, give a little bit to the state, and give some to the national so they can do the job we want them to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair will now recognize speaker at microphone 2, please.
Yeah, Ben Ambridge again. I'm still unclear that the action we took with B1 removes that local dues cap of $10 from the national bylaws text.
Sir, by the actions in B1, the local membership is now in charge of the approval for local dues. It does remove the cap. That's part of the discussion we subsequently had then in B2. B2 offered a $15 cap. We went through both of those discussions. B1 was a procedural item, B2 was providing for a cap. So by the actions taken by this body in B1, there is no $10 cap on the local dues, but they are subject to the approval of the local membership. Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Mr. President, Holly Palmer, Cheyenne Women's Bowling Association. I would like to second the motion that's on the floor. Reject this amendment.
I'm sorry?
To reject this amendment.
Okay. Oh,
Thank
it's already, once it has been brought in front of this body, it does not require a second, and there have been no subsequent amendments made to this proposal. Chair would like to recognize speaker microphone 3, please.
Jay Derryman, Pennsylvania State Youth. Under B1, we removed the cap for local dues. The way B6 is written, it would reinstall the cap at $13.
Yes, it will.
To Darlene's point, reducing the dues at the national level to $7 would shoot down everything that we're trying to do and re-educate ourselves and get us moving forward together. I recommend we reject this motion, and I call for the vote.
Okay. Seconds, okay. Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the motion to call for the question. Polling is now open. Please vote 1 to approve and 2 to reject. And again, this would require a 2/3 vote to pass. Polling is now closed. With a total of 86% to approve and 14% against, we will now proceed with the vote on Bylaws Proposal B6. And for the motion and the call for the question, the total vote count was 647 for and 103 against. Again, we will now proceed to the vote on Bylaws Proposal B6. Polling is not open yet. Now the polls are open. Please press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. This requires a 2/3 vote for passage. Polling is now closed. By your actions, you have defeated Bylaws Proposal B6. 114 for and 644 against. Can we see the percentages one more time, please? Thank you. It was the result was 15% for and 85% against. Again, as a result of this action, you have defeated Bylaws Proposal B6.
Proposed Amendment B7, USBC Merged Local Bylaws, Article 4, Membership and Dues. The USBC Board recommends rejection.
I understand that there is a substitute proposer available to speak to this amendment. Chair will recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Don Way. I'm from San Diego, USBC, San Diego, California. Unfortunately, Lynn Graves, the proposer of this proposal, had to return yesterday to San Diego. Mr. President, delegates, and guests, San Diego USBC introduced this proposal for your approval because of the following reasons. When the USB delegates removed the summer, winter, summer card, they created an environment that caused the new bowlers to not want to join USBC in the summer. We did some research after last summer and found that this is to be true, not only in our association, but in others also. The bowling centers decided not to certify many leagues to go along with this. We had one center that did not certify 80% of their summer leagues, when the year before it was at 45%. The association lost many bowlers compared to the year before, thus a greater loss of revenue than if the bowler would have bought a summer, winter, summer card. There were other associations that concurred with our findings and found the same conclusions, that if we would have the summer, winter, summer card, the bowler and centers would have joined USBC. The other associations wanted to be co-sponsors of this proposal. The managers, with the approval of their boards, were Pat Mulligan from Denver, Colorado, Jerry Ledbetter, South Sound, Washington, Elise Hamner, Citrus Belt, California, Di Timor, Phoenix, Arizona, George Cartwright, Seattle, Washington, and Linda Johnson, San Gabriel, California. San Diego USBC and others urge the delegates to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion, additional discussion on Bylaws Proposal B7? Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Jana Batchelor, Emerald Valley, USBC, Eugene, Oregon. When the winter, summer cards were eliminated, we were kind of glad, because a lot of people were confused about when their membership expired, and it created problems in the office, and we were processing memberships. One of the things our local did last year was, if you joined after March 15th, Yes, you had to pay your dues, but come August 1st, we waived the local dues for those people. We are thrilled to have everybody now expire on July 31st. It solved a huge headache in our office. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize the speaker at microphone 1, please.
Donna Lonan with the Texas State Bowling Association. As a proprietor, my center's a small center of only 16 lanes, but we did have difficulty in recruiting summer league bowlers because of the advent of having to buy another membership within just 2 months. They said, well, we'll think about it and maybe try and sign up in the summer, in the fall. And then we might not see those people back. You need to grab them when they're there. And the aspect of asking these people to pay, in our area, $40 in 2 months, it did inhibit us recruiting those league bowlers for the summertime. And approving this amendment would help us recruit new bowlers. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will now like to recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
William G. Chestnut, state delegate from Illinois. I'm speaking on behalf of this proposal. I'm in favor of it. The way some of the rationale explains, it seems like we're changing this rule every year. We had a set standard rule that most bowlers knew they could purchase a card after March the 15th and the ramifications to the following season. In conducting our state tournament for many years, we probably picked up 15 to 20 members who purchased a card under that rule. We had 76,000 bowlers in Illinois. It is not insurmountable to have an association absorb this cost. It just isn't right. This has been a rule for many, many years, and if you attended the legislative session yesterday, you see or you heard of the confusion that went back and forth what this current rule does. So I would hope that you would support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Ashley, past president, NCAA USBC. We had this come up at our membership meeting back in March, and we were given an explanation about a short season league or short season membership, which, as I understood, would be a one-time cost that would cover one league, which would in essence help. Perhaps we could get some clarification from you all on that, because that might help with this process.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Jerry Ledbetter, Southtown USBC, and I did get comments from my league secretaries and some proprietary comments about having a difficulty sanctioning the leagues during the summer for the $19. So that's why I relayed my information to San Diego.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Tom Dawson, St. Louis, USBC. If you count on your fingers, the summer, winter, summer is going to only affect primarily summer-only bowlers. Because if you bought a summer, winter, summer today, it's this season, all of next season, and then your next recycle would be in the winter. I lost probably 3 two-person teams in my adult youth summer league last year because the guys didn't want to pay $17 to bowl 12 weeks. So if they could have bought summer, winter, summer, they would have got 24 weeks for their $19, where the rest of us get 32 plus 12 weeks in the summer. So it really wasn't costing money to do summer, winter, summer. And the answer of the $8 short league season doesn't help, because if we do that for 2 adults, then none of the kids in the league can get awards, because there are no awards in a short season league. You have to declare it a short season league to bring an $8 member in. You can't say, oh, you can pay the short member, but we're a real league. So I'm in favor of going back to the summer, winter, summer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 3, please.
Jay Darnyman, Pennsylvania State Youth. I see both sides of the coin on this amendment, but I have to come down to one side, either vote for it or vote against it. I'm recommending voting against this proposal. We do have a new product in place, 16-week short season membership, $10. It's perfect for summer leagues, just for those bowlers that only bowl in summer. I would urge you to sell or push that membership to your summer-only bowlers, and I find that you would probably find that you'll get some of those summer bowlers back, and you'll be no further behind than what you were before. And with that membership, if you're offering an awards program, that's optional whether you decide to give that local awards program to those $10 member bowlers or not. So I urge rejection of this proposal.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize Tony Colangelo.
As the individual that brought the original legislation 2 years ago with regard to B7 that we're now talking about rolling back to the old manner in which we sold membership, it ultimately came down in our association after I studied the financial impact of the winter-summer, or our summer-winter-summer membership. Every other year we lost $1,200 because of individuals that only bowled in the summer. And then they did not bowl in the winter, and then they would take the next summer, and then they would not purchase another membership until the following year. Personally, I like the fact that we have a one-year membership with the way that membership is currently sold. The adult basic membership was born out of this legislation because we felt that there were gaps, unforeseen gaps when this was originally approved. So I would like to see this proposal rejected and we embrace the adult basic membership and leave things as they are, because I think this is just going to confuse a lot of the associations that are under the assumption now that it's July 31st, and to just go back. The theme this whole week was not about looking backwards. This theme was about going forward. And I just think to drive over the same stretch of road again just because we were more comfortable with that, I don't think that's a good reason to roll something back. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize the speaker at microphone 1, please.
Yes, Nancy Arvanites, North County, California. I totally agree with Mr. Colangelo. The problem that we ran into was that we did have bowlers that bowled only in the summer months, so they paid every other year, and were able to establish averages that would allow them to bowl state and national tournaments. And we felt that that was unfair, and the change that was made was the right thing to do. And nobody has mentioned the fact that for a bowler who bowls every single year, the way I and many of these people in this room have for over 58 years for myself and many years for others, we pay every year. And so you only have to, if you start bowling in the summer, you only have to pay that extra amount once.
Thank you. Chair would now like to recognize the speaker at microphone 3, please.
Andrew, started March 1st, we had the short season league, 16 sessions or less for $10. Could you please expand on that for the delegates here, for any who aren't familiar with that?
Yes, it's a 16-week or less short season basic membership. The cost is $10. There are no awards. You get a certified average and a USBC membership card, printable. That's right, I'm sorry. Yes, $10 per league. Per league, yes, that's correct. If they bowl in 2 short season basic membership leagues, they would purchase 2 memberships, but they do have the option to upgrade to the standard membership. Yes, I'm sorry. Chair would like to recognize Joe Diamond.
Yes, good afternoon. The basic adult membership, high scores are recognized. They don't get a ring or a plaque, whatever, but they are recognized. They go on your record. And as Andrew just indicated, you can upgrade to a standard at any time during that season. But for every 16 session or less league that you bowl in, it is $10. So you have to do, if you bowl in 3 16 session or less leagues, you would pay $30. But but there are award recognition. It's just that you don't get the ring or the plaque for a first time. And in addition, the local has the option to give local awards to that basic adult membership.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
This is Di Tormanen, president of the Metro Phoenix USBC. And initially, my board agreed with this proposal. Because of the basic membership, we have stepped back. We have enough confusion, and again, we need to go forward. We at the local level will probably decide to give awards because that is our choice now to do that with the basic membership. So we are only going to confuse our bowlers even more if we go backwards. So now we have something in place that will assist these summer bowlers that only bowl in the summertime. And coming from Phoenix, Sun City is a prime example. We will lose bowlers if they have to pay the full fee when they are here only for the summer. So I am changing the mind of Metro Phoenix, and we do ask for rejection of this proposal.
Thank you. Chair would like to recognize the speaker at microphone 2, please.
I'm Bill Shears from Charleston, West Virginia, and I would like to call for the question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there a second? Don't everybody raise your hands at once. Together we can. Together we can proceed with a vote on the motion to call for the question. And together we will do that right now in just a second as soon as I'm told the polls are open. Polling is now open. On the motion to call for the question, please press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. And again, this would require a 2/3 vote for passage. Polling is now closed. With 94% in favor and 6% against, 714 total votes in favor and 42 against. You have approved the motion to call for the question. We will now proceed to the vote, directly to the vote on Bylaws Proposal B7. That's not right. Please stand by for technical difficulties. Just think if we were using paper ballots. That was just such a short time ago, wasn't it? Okay, I think we're just about ready. Okay, we are correct. Bylaws Proposal B7. Polls are now open. Please press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. Polling is now closed. With a total of 21% for and 79% against. By your actions, you have rejected Bylaws Proposal B7. Vote count, please.
Proposed Amendment B8.
Madam Chair, we will get you the vote count.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Technical difficulty. We will provide you with the vote count as soon as we're able to, our staff is able to pull it back out of the system. Thank you for your patience.
Now may I do B8?
Oh, you want to? Tamara, 1 second, please. We'll have the vote counts.
1,000. Thank you.
She gave me a gavel, and now I might use it against her. So are all of you.
158, 598.
Okay, 2 seconds. Okay, again, just to clarify, on Bylaws Proposal B7, it was a total of 21% in favor and 79% against. The total vote counts were 158 for and 598 against. Thank you. Tamara, you may proceed.
Proposed Amendment B8, USBC National Bylaws, Article 4, Board of Directors, Section A, Eligibility. The USBC Board asks you to approve this proposed amendment. And Mr. President, I'd like to speak on behalf of the board in this proposal.
Please proceed.
This proposal is asking you, the delegates, to allow us, through your action, to reduce the total size of the USBC Board of Directors. Our first step would have to come through action on this delegation by reducing the number of delegate directors. This would take several years, and if you so approve the reduction plan, it would only impact at the beginning of the election of 2015, not the election of 2014. At that time, in 2015, there are 2 of us who are delegate directors who will have reached our term limits of 9 years. In 2016, there is 1 delegate director who will have reached the term limit of 9 years. To totally reduce the board from the current eligible number of 25 to 20 cannot be achieved earlier than August 1st, 2017. At that time, both the number of youth directors and the number of Team USA directors would be reduced by 1 in each of those 2 categories. How would the board look on August 1st, 2017? There would be 9 delegate directors, 2 proprietor directors, 2 youth directors, 4 Team USA directors, for a total of 17. The remaining 3 positions, when needed, would be filled by a 1-year appointment by the President of USBC with board approval. This is no different than what is currently in the bylaws. Those positions are other directors from amateur sports organizations, at-large directors, and youth ambassador. These positions are used to fill current needs of the board of directors. A smaller board is more effective. With a reduction, committee positions that are currently filled by USBC board members could be opened up to association leaders.
I apologize, I must call time on the speaker.
Thank you.
We're all in this together.
We're all in this together.
Is there any living on the edge? Certainly, sir. Is there any further discussion on Bylaws Proposal B8? Chair would like to recognize speaker at microphone 1, please.
Mr. President, Carl Keelik, El Paso, USBC. One point that Tamara mentioned yesterday in the legislative session, two things. The smaller boards, especially those that are in charge of strategic initiatives, it has been proven time and time again, it is more effective, more efficient. All across corporate America, they have been downsizing their boards because they've been inefficient, and in modern times, we know how quickly things move. The other point that Tamara mentioned yesterday in the legislative session is it gives the opportunity for some of the committees to start beginning to expand beyond the members of the board. I guess to an extent, I may have been a guinea pig for that without realizing it. But I will say that it worked. I am in favor of the downsizing the board because it does need to be a lot more efficient. It is still representative and maintains the same representative breakdown it does today by following this. So those of us in this audience, we're not losing anything through this process. All we're going to do is gain efficiency and more focused actions by your board of directors. So with that, I do recommend approval for this.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Bylaws Proposal B8? Seeing none, we will proceed with the vote. Polling is now open. Please press 1 to approve and 2 to reject. And for the final time, as this is a bylaws proposal, it would require 2/3 to pass. Polling is now closed. With a total of 88% for and 12% against, by your actions, you have approved Bylaws Proposal B8 with a total vote count of 662 for and 92 against.
I would like to thank you, not only for your actions on all of the proposed amendments, but also for your support and belief in us in supporting B8. You are an incredible group of people, and I thank you for what you've done. And I know we've been going together, we can, but you know what we just did? Together, we did. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tamara. At this time, I would like to ask the delegation if there is any old business to be brought to the floor. Speaker at microphone 2.
Can I get a clarification on that B1 again? What
I'm sorry, sir, on which bylaws proposal?
B1. When
B1, yes.
When it says that the membership will make that decision, does that mean the total membership, or does that mean those that are willing to attend an annual meeting?
Those that attend the annual meeting, sir, the local membership.
Right, that's what I thought.
Speaker at microphone 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Ashley, past president, NCA USBCA. I just want to say thank you to this delegation for approving B1. You all are awesome.
Thank you, sir. If there is no further old business, we will move on to new business. Is there any new business? Hearing or seeing no further new business, we will now move on to the nominating committee report. I would like to invite committee chair Darlene Baker up to the podium, please.
Thank you, Andrew. This year's committee spent a lot of time reviewing the qualifications of the applicants that submitted resumes for the director's positions. Also taken into consideration were the needs of the board based on the remaining members. The committee goes through a very thorough evaluation process to determine candidates to interview, and then another review process to determine candidates. Today, we are presenting a slate of 6 candidates the committee determined best meet those needs for your consideration for the 4 open positions. We're proud of the objective and thoughtful consideration that the committee gave to all the candidates. This year, there are no additional candidates running from the floor, so therefore there will be no bios read today. We hope you have reviewed the biographical information in the program book on bull.com and the sheets that you received at registration. Before proceeding, I would like to thank the members of the nominating committee, so if you could just wave your hands. Tony Colangelo, Libby Fletcher, Mike Italia, Frank Wilkinson, Tony Manna, Dan Patterson. Thank you all for your work. Now I'd like to outline the election procedures for this year. You will find the complete procedures on page 24 of your convention program. The electronic voting system will be used by utilizing the keypads you received and should still have. The nominating committee presents the following 6 candidates for election onto the USBC Board of Directors in alphabetical order. And when I call your name, will you please come and stand in the front of the stage? Brian Volko, El Paso, Texas. It's almost as long a walk as meet the candidate, huh? Jay Dairyman, York, Pennsylvania. Joe Diamond, Columbus, Ohio. Carl Keelik, El Paso, Texas. Robert Spagner, Chicago, Illinois. Robbie, as we know you. And Marcy Williams, Wichita, Kansas. Thank you all. You may take your seats so you can vote when it's time. Andrew, is this one yours? It's now time for you to vote for the open positions on the Board of Directors. And I'd like to ask the members of the ballot, oh, they're already up here. And Mike and Scott are still here too. And now I'm going to review the voting procedure because it is slightly different from the bylaws. You will be voting on 4 open positions with all 8 candidates eligible to win all 6 candidates to be eligible to win a spot. The top 4 candidates receiving a majority of the vote will serve 3-year terms beginning August 1st. If the first round of ballots fails to result in 4 candidates receiving a majority, the candidate with the lowest vote will be eliminated, and balloting will continue until 4 have reached at least a majority. On your keypads are the numbers 1 through 9. We'll only be using 1 through 6, with the candidates and their numbers to be displayed on the screens. When the voting begins, you'll be asked to press the button matching the name of the top candidate you want to elect. After a pause to allow the machines to tabulate those choices, you will be asked to press the button matching the name of your next top candidate. After another pause, you'll be asked to press the button of your next choice. And after another pause, you'll press the button of your 4th choice. Again, candidates need majority votes to be elected. Voting rounds will continue until 4 have been elected. If you have an issue with your keypad, raise your hand and staff members will help you. After you have voted for your 4th and final candidate, we'll all see the results on the screen. and this also will be the case if we need more than one vote. So now please get your keypads out and get ready to vote for the candidates. Remember, when I tell you to vote for your first, press the button corresponding to that candidate, then wait until I ask for your second choice, your third choice, and your fourth choice. You ready? Okay, please pick your first choice. Okay, now vote for your second choice. Now vote for your third choice. And now for your fourth choice. Okay, all balloting is closed. Okay, we're going to start all over again because we had technical problems and it only recorded one of them. Hey, we had it too easy last year. What do you expect? But hey, you guys are awesome for raising $5,323 for BBL. Woohoo! And I did that without crying. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are awesome, more than I am. I hear that whistle. That's the Jeopardy song somewhere out there. No, it's probably Susan. Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. Have you got another song back there, Carrie? Because it looks like they're still working on it.
Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome.
And Libby says, "Go Tigers."
That won't work. That won't work. Yeah, that's how it works in Philly. You don't actually even be alive to do it. You can do it in your head.
Cindy, are you ready for another wave? Oh. Front to back. Well, that wave died. Okay, send it back. Come on. It's almost here. We've had a request while we're waiting to have the president and the interim executive director do the chicken dance.
You know, the beauty of this is I think I'm just going to delegate our interim executive director to do the chicken dance. Come on. Do we have any music? I don't know if we have. Well, I don't know if we have.
Carrie, do you have that music?
Separately, you don't have to. We're totally throwing them off.
That.
Where are you guys at? Thank you for that suggestion, Sylvia. Much appreciated.
Eric Kearney, could you please come to the stage? Eric Kearney.
Let's take a
give them time to straighten things out. You can stay in the room if you want to. You will have to turn your device in if you go out of the room. Okay, so they did get it fixed. We did give you 15 minutes, but if everybody gets back in the room, we'll start. If not, we'll still take the 15 minutes, but they did get it fixed.
Yeah, because Riyadh's the cap. It doesn't change. I see they were. I don't know, maybe it's better to have them in again.
Okay, it looks like just about everybody's in the room. So if you'll please take your seats. While you're doing that, I'll just let you know BVL got another $27, so up to $5,350. Thank you very much. That's right. You just really had to go to the bathroom, didn't you? Okay, is everybody in your seats? Just as a reminder, I am not going to go through the entire process again, but once we start voting, when I say vote for your first candidate, press your button once and do not press it again until I ask you to vote for your second candidate. Is everybody ready? We'll get the names of the candidates up on the screen so you have their numbers. Okay. Are you guys ready? Okay. Okay, the technical people are ready. Now, please vote for your first choice. Is everybody okay? Okay. If you're having trouble with your device, raise your hand. There's one over there, and I saw one up here. Did somebody in the middle here raise your hand? Are you having trouble? Thank you. Good for you, Scott. Okay, everybody ready? Vote for your second choice, please. Are you okay? Vote for your third choice, please. And now vote for your fourth choice. percentages first, please. You'll get them. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see if I can do this right. Robbie Spigner. Marcy Williams, 74. Robbie had 79%. Marcy Williams, 74%. Joe Diamond, 71%. And Carl Keelik, 64%. You have elected your 4 new board members. We'll get them. Here they are. Robbie Spigner, 564. Marcy Williams, 528. Joe Diamond, 506. Carl Keelik, 460. Jay Derryman, 378. And Brian Bulko, 309. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much for your cooperation through the election process and the technical difficulties. And now I'll turn it back over to Andrew.
Thank you, Darlene, and congratulations to the newly elected board members. That concludes this year's annual meeting's business. We are going to together? All right. We are going to have a different procedure for the town hall meeting this year. In order to better have the right people ready to answer your questions, we've asked questions be submitted in advance. Please hand your question card to any USBC staff member if you have not already done so, and we will discuss your topic during the town hall. You all received your question cards in your registration bags. If you need another, please do not hesitate to ask a USBC staff member in the room. Delegates, please note that when you leave the ballroom, please give your voting devices to the staff at the doors. We will have the town hall session. We'll take another short break to turn the voting devices in, and for those that may wish to leave the room, for those that wish to attend the town hall session, we will start it again in another 15 minutes. We'll be flexible on the 15 minutes, but we will begin in another 15 minutes. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn this year's 2014 USBC annual meeting. Second? We could have just skipped right to it, I guess. I declare this meeting adjourned. And by the way, you are all awesome. Thank you very much.
Because my heart is true, she said, baby, everything is alright. Uptight, out of sight, baby, everything is alright. Uptight, and clean out of sight. That's what you might say. I guess some folks brought her up that way. The right side of tracks, she was born and raised in a great big old house full of butlers and maids. She said, no one is better than I. And I know I'm just an average guy. No football hero or smooth your pocket. You see, I'm a poor man's son. Can't give her the things that money can buy, but I never make my baby cry. And it's alright when I can't do out of sight, because my heart is true. She says, baby, everything is alright. Uptight, clean on the side. Baby, everything is alright. Uptight, clean on the side. Baby, everything is alright. Uptight, yeah. Baby, everything is alright. Uptight, way on the side. Baby, everything is alright. Uptight, clean on the
Nothing you could take can tear me away from my God. Nothing you could do, 'cause I'm stuck like glue to my God. I'm sticking to my God like a snap to a ladder, like birds of a feather. We stick together. I'm telling you from the start, I can't be torn apart from my God. Nothing you could do could make me untrue to my God. My God. Nothing you could buy could make me tell a lie to
Everybody
my
got it.
God.
If we can have all the managing directors up front, please. All the managing directors, please come up front. Who could take me away from my God? Tell me more. There's not a man today who could take me away from my God.
Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like the real thing. No, no.
where would I be without you in my life? Everything was just a bore. All the things I did seems I did before. But you brighten up all my days with a love so sweet in so many ways. I wanna stop and thank you, baby. I wanna stop, hey, and thank you, baby. Hey, now how sweet it is to be loved by you. Oh, tell me, baby, how sweet it is to be loved by you. I've been really trying, baby, trying to hold back this feeling for so long. And if you feel like I feel, baby, then come on. Oh, come on. Woo. Let's get it on. Ah, baby. Let's get it on. Let's love, baby. Let's get it on. Sugar, let's get it on. Ooh, we're all sensitive people with so much to give. Understand me, sugar. Since we got to be, let's live. I love you. There's nothing wrong with me loving you, baby, no, no. And giving yourself to me can never be wrong if the love is true. Oh, baby. Ooh, don't you know how sweet and wonderful life can be? Ooh, I'm asking you, baby, to get it on with me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I ain't gonna worry, I ain't gonna push, I won't push you, baby. Come on, come on, baby, stop being like this. Hey, let's get it on. Get it on. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, baby. Hey, hey, let your love come out. If you believe in love, let's get it on. Ooh, let's get it on, baby. This minute. Oh, yeah, let's get it on. Please get it on. Come on, darling. Stop beating around the bush. Oh, gonna get it on. Ooh, threatening you, baby. I wanna get it on. You don't have to worry that it's
Hi, I'm Maureen Nelson from the Great Salt Lake Bowling Association, a great member of the United States Bowling Congress. I'm so excited to be here and attend all the workshops, and together we can.
Hello, I'm Tom Clark, the PBA Tour Commissioner. Thank you, USBC, for everything you do for the PBA and for the sport of bowling. Together, we can.
Hello, I'm Vicki Ringers with the
Greater Richmond USBC from Virginia. I want to thank everyone for their contribution to bowling. As we all say, together we can.
The memories are all in my mind, and now that we've come to the end of our rainbow, there's something I must say out loud. You once, twice, 3 times later.
Hi, I'm Mike Italia from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I just want to welcome you all to the convention in Reno, Nevada, and I want you to be on my team. Together, we can.
Hi, my name's Diana Sidler, and now I belong to the Boone County Bowling Association. I also belong to the Cedar Valley Bowling Association. I'm a life member, and together we can with USBC.
Hi, I'm Danielle McEwen from Team USA. Thanks USBC for all the great live streaming so my friends and family can watch me bowl. Together we can.
Hey, hi there. I'm Di Tormanen, president of the Metro Phoenix USBC Association. And together we can, and I think all of us here can learn from each other. So again, forward we go, and together we can.
Yeah, just if you want to go to a mic and do it, because to be honest, I guess I have. Did you get another new one?
To touch you, to hold you, to feel you, to need you. There's nothing to keep us apart. You once, twice, 3 times later. I love you.
Yeah, that's what I thought about. So we can improve our competition. Just hit a mic and.
Testing. Give us just a few more minutes, folks. I know we're getting a little past the 15 minutes. There were a lot of questions that came in right there at the last minute. All right, let's get her going here. I'd like to just kick this off real quick with a very simple. We've been practicing together. I'd like to introduce the folks that are on the stage. I think you guys probably know most of them, but closest to me, Eric Kearney. Brian Lewis. Tournaments, Jennifer Salazar. A financial officer, Tom Bluth. Everybody knows Tom. Mike Spricko over in the Rules and Membership Department. Neil Strimmel spoke to you guys earlier today. The guy next to Andrew is our professional media Jason Overstreet. And then Mr. Kane. Format's going to be pretty simple. Jason, we've collected the questions. Jason's going to ask the questions that have been processed to us, and one of these wonderful experts on stage will answer that question, and then we'll take some questions from the microphones at that time.
Well, I know we had it set up for me to lead this off, but I appreciate you taking the lead, Chad.
Oh, we did? I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. We're tag team. We're good here. But I would like to say together, we're doing this together. And I would like to say something, though, very briefly. And I know we cleared the room, and I really, really apologize because I wanted to do this. We had a little different format for this year, but every year I make sure I do it. I just would like everybody to give a huge round of applause for the staff. All of our staff, all of your managing directors, Chad Murphy, all of every single member of our staff that's here. If you guys please raise your hands, they've been fantastic. Please stand up for them. They really make this all run. Everybody in this room makes it happen, but I'll tell you what, everything that gets put together behind the scenes, our staff works incredibly hard during this week to do everything. So thank you very much. I will now yield the podium. You're all awesome.
Thanks, Andrew, and we really appreciate everybody taking the time to submit the questions in advance. It really makes it easier for us to be able to make sure that we've got good answers so that we don't end up having to say, we're not sure, we'll get back to you. So I appreciate that, and hopefully we'll be able to satisfy all the questions and make this a little bit more smooth for everyone. Our first question comes from Lynn Kavanaugh from Contra Costa USBC, who would like to know, when submitting high scores, why is it necessary to put ball type and manufacturer?
Verification of the score that is bold with an approved product. We need to know that that ball that was used as part of that honor score was actually approved by Mr. Strimmel's group. And also it's a data collection piece. We can do some research into what scores and why and how and which balls are doing better than others, and then go back to the certs and specs area and check out maybe something special about that ball.
Our next question comes from Pat Bowman from Lorain, Ohio, USBC WBA, asking, will the convention be returning to the Dallas, Arlington, Fort Worth area soon? Did this question really come from my wife? Chad?
Or mine. There are no plans at this time for that to return to Arlington. How many of you would like to see it in Arlington or Dallas? That's good to hear. We're headed to Indy and then a couple conventions in Vegas after that. Obviously, Arlington, Dallas is a big city with lots of possibilities, but I think the intent was to move it around a little bit, and we'll continue to look at it as we move forward.
Our next question comes from Ken Copeland from Austin, Texas, USBC, asking about additional divisions at the national tournament and if this could be an important way to increase entries.
Might be. I think that would be the answer. I know Brian and I have spent a lot of time together in the last couple months, and I would tell you we're looking at all areas of the tournament operations and looking for ways to improve participation in all of our events, both the Open Championships and the Women's Championship. So whether it be division, separation, there's lots of possibilities there. We also work with our committees, which are positioned within the board for that same reason. And I would tell you everything's on the table. There's certainly room to improve in that area, and we're going to look into that.
Our next question comes from Matt Favreau from Fairfield County, Connecticut, USBC, and he points out that one of the great aspects of bowling is our diverse membership base, saying that anyone from age 5 to 95 can participate, but he makes this observation that our convention delegation may not reflect this diversity, that looking around, that this is Matt's words, not mine. You may all be a little bit older, but I think you look marvelous. What can USBC do at the national level to encourage participation from the younger generation, both at future meetings in terms of governance and our annual meeting?
You know, I think it's a great question, and I'd let Andrew speak to it if he wanted to as well, but I think the first answer to that question, I hope you guys listened to Robbie Spigner's speech today. He talked about a new Future Leaders program that we're going to roll out later in the year. I think that's a wonderful piece positioned for some of that. I know there's been a lot of conversation over the last several years, if not many years, about how do we get a little bit younger in our association work. There's some conversation through legislation that went back and forth between the youth committee and the board. I think there are ways. I think they can, it's mostly recruitment though, getting those younger folks into our boards and making them a piece of the puzzle.
So I'll take Drew's mic. Quick story. I came up with this idea with the board about this Future Leaders because I thought back to how I got involved. And I got involved because the president of my association came up to me and said, you should be involved. It was that simple. It was that simple. They don't know there's an opportunity to be involved. They don't often know there's an opportunity to give back. So there's two things that need to happen. We need to provide a vehicle for those leaders to grow up, but we need you to reach out to those people, those high potential individuals in your communities, your bowling centers, your leagues. You know them. Just reach out. Say, hey, you should be involved. If they're passionate about it, they're going to say, yeah, I didn't even know I could be involved. So it really is a two-part process. It's not just what can National do. We could give you a vehicle, and that's what we're going to do. It's also how can you guys reach out to those in your community.
Hey, Tom, we're going to roll through the rest of these, and then we can come back to the microphone.
Russell Branch from Springdale, Arkansas has a question about the SMART program, and he correctly observes that from a financial standpoint, the SMART program is now separate from USBC and operates with its own board of directors, but asks a question about whether there could be additional reporting to the delegates about SMART financial activities.
Another good question. I can tell you that the audit is in the hands of the SMART board, and as soon as it's approved, that information will go up on bowl.com. But I think it would probably make sense. When I read through the question, the first thing I thought was, maybe something where we update as part of the industry updates yesterday. Obviously, it's something that we'll look at for next year, talk to the board, see if they think it's a good idea, and see if that's possible for next year. Look for those financials on bowl.com in the next few weeks.
Ray Turgeron, hopefully I've got your name there right, from Orlando, asks about a discount that had historically been provided at the USBC sports store at the national tournament that is no longer in place this year.
Yeah, we've got a new partner in Maingate. Contract was cut last year. I would tell you one of the goals with that contract was to keep the prices a little bit lower so we didn't have to offer the discounts. Can't really speak to why that wasn't offered, but it's probably something we can go back and have a conversation with them and see what's possible.
We have a couple of questions that are similar from some of our delegation from Hawaii. The first one, very simply, what about Hawaii?
This one's going to be real easy. I don't think we are not attending the Hawaii Jamboree or convention or annual meeting or board meeting from a lack of people that are willing to go. But I would tell you that we would treat it like anything else, fire in the dates through your association pieces, and we'll take a look at it for this year.
And Arthur Machado, who is one of those submitters from Hawaii, also has some nice recommendations about workshop timing, perhaps some of them being longer than an hour to get in some more material, and that's certainly something we'll look at when we do our assessment of the convention of whether those seminar times fit everybody's needs or have needed any adjustments based on the topics that were there. So thank you for those questions. Our next question comes from Barb Saunier from New Mexico State, USBC, and asking a question about the audited financials that you receive and that are posted in greater detail on bowl.com, and wanting to know why a complete budget for USBC, including some kind of accounting of whether goals and other revenue targets were hit.
I think that one's really an easy question to answer, but it's might be not a welcomed response. In any business, the budget, it's really just a plan. It's not a staunch document, a guide, if you will. It's something that evolves over time throughout the year. Goals and metrics are certainly met within that, but the goal is to have a net positive change in net assets at the end of the year. But obviously, there's a lot of pieces in that puzzle. I would quote certainly membership revenue, tournaments, how many folks participate in the events. It's all something that changes on a month-to-month basis. Like I said about Brian earlier, Jennifer and I have spent a lot of time together in the last 8 to 10 weeks, and there's just a fluidity to it. Some of the pieces of it are more volatile than others, but at the end of the day, most businesses, the budget isn't the piece that would be the measuring stick. The bottom right-hand corner number certainly might be, but it evolves over time. So I wouldn't think that would be something that we would publish in that fashion.
Ginger Trapoy from Great Plains USBC has a question specifically for Chad, and that's, Chad, where do you see the industry in 5 years from now?
Wow. How much time you got? I just see the industry improving. If you look at some of the strides that we've made within the youth department and the commitment that has been made by our volunteer leadership to do that, I think we're going to see some of those fruits of our labor as those kids advance into adult leagues. Bowling centers obviously are evolving. There's certainly some that are going to be lost. There'll be more, I think, that are built in some cases. But it'll evolve. The traditional bowling center and the way that it sits and has for a number of years is now being met with more of an FEC type model. I think in the future you'll see more hybrids. How many of you remember when bowling centers or proprietors were going away from leagues and it was just a push towards open play? It was like something that we were going to do. It's kind of made its way back around. Even some of the FECs are pulling back and having leagues Monday to Thursday and entertainment centers on Friday and Saturday nights. So I think all of that is kind of cyclical, and I think you'll see that we can get more folks to go bowling more often. From a governance structure, we'll just keep on keeping on, and we'll just continue to make decisions. Obviously, this was a great week, and it was a great kickoff to the next 5 years, but I see growth and improvement in the future, and I really believe that.
Our next question is unsigned, but it's a simple one. Can a person be a member of more than one association? And the answer is yes. Our next question is from Bob Flance Jr. from Southern Tier, and he asks, has anything been done to have the convention recorded for viewing by other board members? And, for example, like the workshops and the seminars are. So the answer is yes, that the annual meeting is viewable, will be available on YouTube as soon as the session concludes on Bowl TV's YouTube channel. Seminars and workshop PowerPoints are available on bowl.com as well. Another similar question related to our video content from the Greater Dayton, Ohio USBC, a couple of members there asking for closed captions on videos, and we certainly are eager to take advantage of any tools that YouTube provides. As you may have noticed and have referenced in my presentation earlier, that's the platform that we use for the majority of our consumer video delivery, so as to the extent that's available, we provide it. And we also did make sure that closed captioning was a part of the first video DVD that many of you may have received in the mail. The Increase Your Average DVD that was sent out to many of our members did have closed captioning on it, so thank you very much for that question. Nancy Arvanitis of North County, USBC, California, would like to know about a senior division at the Women's Championships, please.
I think that's the same answer that was given to the other question. I think all things are open for interpretation possibilities. I think we need to look at all areas that we could be more successful in those areas, and we'll continue to work, Brian and I, with our committees to deliver on some of those ideas and goods.
Dave Davis from South Jersey, USBCBA, has a couple of questions. Question number one is, why were the workshops scheduled only once each in some instances, therefore forcing attendees to choose and not be able to necessarily have a chance to learn about all of the topics offered?
Yeah, actually, Eric, grab the mic there, Will. You can help out with this one a little bit. I think the direction there was, we had some very specific topics this year that we needed to address. And we tried to, just simply put, we tried to consolidate the assets a little bit, put more folks in a room for an extended period of time so that we could get focused. I always talk about that lens. Anything that you do, the wider the scope, the tougher it is to get penetration of the information to the end consumer. And so by consolidating those pieces and putting them together, I think we were pretty effective this year. Most of the rooms were full. The information was paired out in a way that I think was very well done by Eric and the folks. I don't know if you have something you want to add to that, Eric. Okay.
The other question from Mr. Davis is, why are the best bowlers in the world, and I think this is in reference to the PBA rule at the Open Championships, not allowed to compete at the Open?
Same thing, Brian, if you want to pop in on the back end of this. Simply put, there's been a lot of volatility with the PBA. We used to have touring ones and touring twos. It was easy to define who might and who might not be eligible for the tournament. That rule that we use with the Open Championship has changed over the years. We've did some pretty decent research here lately, and we are looking at a modification to that rule that we will take to the leadership a little later on. But really, it's just a product of kind of how the PBA has evolved, and the folks that are eligible or weren't eligible for a different set of reasons. Brian?
Test. Yeah, Chad's right. And years ago, it was very easy, exempt or non-exempt for the PBA. As the PBA evolves and changes, we have to look at certain criteria and kind of evolve and change as the PBA does. You might argue you have to pick something. We feel definitive at this point that there are some folks, there has to be a line somewhere, and as Chad said, we're looking at the data now, and for 2015, Open Championships will have that rule defined.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Chad. Next question comes from Chrissy Lee from Monmouth County, USBC, and she has a question about junior gold, asking that her local parents are concerned with the decision to start charging for adult admission at junior gold, and with all the expenses involved, and we know it's a lot to take a whole family out to these events. Is there a concern that this will deter entries, and what were the reasons behind this? And if you could talk a little bit, Chad, about where those funds will be applied.
Sure. Mr. Spricko, you haven't answered one yet. You want to take that one? Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. You know, spectator passes, adult passes in the world of youth sports are very common. I would tell you those dollars are used sometimes to go back to operations, sometimes to help rebuild those sports. There's very few things that you would go and be entertained by. High school sports. My 10-year-old plays AA baseball. It's $20 for us to get in. It's just the way of the world. Now, what we did that was kind of unique, and we do have some things that we want to do with those dollars in the future, is we are taking those dollars and dropping them into our Youth Education Services Fund. And I'm not sure if you know this, so I'll explain that a little bit. None of those dollars go to operational expenses. They're used for high school bowling grants, in-school bowling grants. Our USA Bowling Coaching Initiative, we are teaching the teachers, the volunteer instructors, free to any coach that wants to come, team manager, team mom, that want to come to one of our seminars, our grassroots seminars. Those dollars will be used in those ways. This was really a sign of the times. The second question there is, do I think it will impact the event? No, I do not at all, not even a little bit. In fact, we started selling spectator passes pretty quickly. I know as of last week, we were up over like 14% of where we thought we'd be. There's not a lot of folks that don't understand this, and I think it'll be accepted fairly quickly. Junior Gold, the value of it, the experience, it's just an unbelievable experience. When I came in, you know, thanks to Jim Zebehazy and the folks that put that event in place, they gave us a real foundation to build off of, and we've built it into something really special, even from what it was. All we really did was take something that was really, really cool and improve on it. And the experience that those kids have on site is something that they'll be experiencing forever. The competition, yes, but also the social aspects, the education that goes with it, our collegiate experience. They're just going to keep coming. It really is a fact. And this is just an industry standard across the platform. And we will be using those dollars in a good way, I promise you. And we will also be reporting on where those dollars go in the future.
Our next card is unsigned, which is too bad because it's a great question, and that's, is there the potential in the future of putting tournament averages on bowl.com along with league averages? And this is something that I can answer the question on, that we would really would like to do in the future. It's really a technology resource question, and being able to incorporate the tools that you would need in the field as local association managers as well as tournament managers to send that data back to us. But it's certainly something that we'd like to do in the future. I think it could be a terrific tool in terms of average integrity and just have many other benefits for USBC. So it certainly is on our radar and something that we'd like to do when it makes sense from a resource allocation standpoint, and a great question. The next question comes from Mike Radaman from Citrus Belt, and he has a question about the new youth processing portal that is in development and planning to be launched later this year, asking if the tools will be available at the local level to track some of the things that are important for local business, such as fees and awards.
Not initially. We're leaving everything in place that is existing to you today. So our Sports Logic portal will talk up into the cloud, come down into the USBC CRM, talk to WinLabs, eventually Web Labs. Everything that you can currently do today, you will be able to continue to do in those systems. The only difference is we're going to process through Sports Logic. Anytime you roll something out like this, We need to hit a few singles and no home runs. There's lots of things that could be added, and those will come in phase 2 and phase 3. But we need to get the youth processing system in place, be able to process memberships, do it effectively and efficiently first. League registrations, tournament registrations come next. And then we really don't know at this point where the awards program and platform is going to be. With us moving it outside the membership product, we just don't know at this point. We're going to know so much more than we do today in October or November of this year. And at that point, we'll assess the needs and decide what those next steps are.
Our next card is a series of questions from Frida Gates from Leedsburg, Florida. And I can take the first one. The question is, do other countries use pros for their national teams? And the answer is yes, they do. You might recall in the video here in Jason Belmonte, who bowls for Australia's national team, making a joke about that in one of our bump videos. The other questions relate to national governing body practices. One is asking why lanes are not checked after an honor score is bowled any longer, and the other why balls are not checked at the women's championships.
Neil, you got that first one?
Sure. So the first one was
why are lanes scores not checked on a local level after an honor score is bowled?
Yeah, it was before any of us were working at bowling headquarters, but essentially the decision, the way I understand it, was we were rejecting awards, as you all know, I believe you all know, and it was through no fault of the bowler. So the decision was made that we were punishing the bowler for something that wasn't his or her fault, and made a decision to go down a different path.
And the second question is perhaps a question for Brian Lewis, and that's why is the process different for checking balls at the Open Championships and Women's Championships?
Well, you remember the Women's Championships for many, many years was contested in commercial bowling centers, and at that time there was no scale room type setup, is my understanding. What we did was fill out ball cards. The women's would put the ball name and serial number. We would check that. And then certain top scores we would check on a dodo scale. And then if it was out of compliance, actually toss that score. So literally telling a lady that went into first place that your score is now disqualified. We didn't feel like that was the direction we wanted to go as we went to a convention center setting. So we, in essence, eliminated the ball cards. What we found with our ladies, mainly lighter bowling equipment. Vast majority was not out of specification in any way. So we just felt for our ladies' event that the scale room was not necessary.
Douglas Moss from Greater Dayton USBC has a couple of questions related to the financial reports, one of which asking about whether there is public access to financial statements for individual events, and I think Chad answered that question earlier with his budget question. The other question is looking at the statement of activities in the audited financials. What is the temporary agency services line item, and why is that number so high? I can help answer that question. The temporary agency services line item is primarily all of the staff employees that are not full-time USBC employees that work at the USBC Open and Women's Championships. There are, I'd say, close to 100 employees that work for USBC, contracted through a staffing agency, and that is therefore reflected in our financial statement as temporary agency services, as they are not actually employees of USBC, they're employees of that staffing agency. Forrest Cole from Wyoming State USBC has actually not questions, but a couple of random thoughts, which we'll read. One, thanks for the awesome turnaround from such a downer last year to such a positive experience this year. Thank you for that, Forrest. And second, and this one's to you, Andrew, please convince Andrew to run for another term. Understand that his passion and for his daughter and his family are quite high, but that his energy and attitude are such a positive force for for the USBC organization. Next question comes from George Brunsman, I believe is his name, from Greater Peoria Bowling Association, and asking for an update on the status of Web Labs. An update on the status of Web Labs?
Yeah, John Paul's not here this week. He's having some surgery for a hernia, but it's progressing. I would tell you that, and Eric, I think you can probably help out here too if you'd like to. Testings, we're continuing to roll it out to a small number of associations, and that number is going to get bigger over time, and bigger over time. Adjustments are still being made to the system. A group called Power Objects has been brought in to do some third-party work with the system, and we'll roll it out completely when it is 100% completed.
Next question comes from Bob Ashley from Nation's Capital Area, USBC, asking if we can adjust the timing of convention so it doesn't interfere with some end-of-season activities, because April is a busy time for processing at the conclusion of winter leagues and the start of the summer season.
You want that one, Mike? Okay.
As I think everybody knows, ABC always had theirs in mid-March, and WIBC was always in this time frame, April, May, and it is something that can be done. I think it's something that we as staff and board have to get together and look at. We do have next year's already set for the last week of April, but there's nothing saying in the future that can't happen.
You got anything to add there, Eric? Okay.
Our next question is from Chrissy Hall from Carson County, USBC, and she would like to know how to better answer the question for her bowlers who have heard concerns about the fact that USBC National is no longer including special achievement awards as part of the products that are sent in to throughout the country, and what will happen to, or what is happening with the funds that were formerly being applied to those special achievements. And that's a great question, Chrissy, and we know that question has been answered a lot of different ways by local associations across the country, and that many of you have really stepped up for us and helped with your own awards programs and being able to find items that meet the needs of your local constituents. As for what is happening to that money, all of the funds at USBC, including operations for specific items, are looked at in total. And so those funds essentially fill our basic operations and are helping maintain the service levels that we've been providing and that everybody is dependent upon for us as a national governing body. And that's the short answer to the question. Chad, would you like to summarize that any differently than how I presented it?
No, I love you for just jumping out there in front of the bus. I appreciate it. That was nice.
That's why I'm the communications guy, or in front of the bus guy.
I would add two things. And what is USBC? Why does someone purchase a membership? I don't know that I have in the last 3.5 or 4 years, and I'm completely drawing a blank for some reason, but heard a better answer than the one Robbie gave on the stage earlier today. The future of the sport. If USBC is going to be about an award or a patch or those types of things, we're just selling ourselves so short on everything else that goes on. If you spent time in a seminar this week, the educational platforms, obviously everything that we went through yesterday and today, you now know the tonnage of what goes on in that little building down at the campus. I don't know that a lot of folks know this, but when the move from up north was made, there were 244 people working in that building. There are 105 today on the USBC side, and I apologize, I misspoke there. 244 people in that building working for USBC. There are 105 today. So things are progressing. We are getting kind of down to what's important, core competencies, if you will. And if that's awards, and that's all we really are, we're really limited to what we truly can be. And I just can't. I want to repeat it again because I just don't know that I've ever been able to answer that question any clearly than that. What do you get for USBC membership? The future of the sport. That's what's going on there. Thanks, Robbie.
Our next question, we have one from Phil Moltzen from Lake Geneva, USBCBA, and it's a specific question about tracking numbers for honor score awards. And Phil, if you could get with Mike Spriggo about this, we talked about it and we're a little bit unclear on your question, but we'd be more than happy to do whatever we can to answer it. So please see Mike when we're done. I apologize for not being able to exactly understand what you were getting at. Linda Harper from New Mexico USBC asks, how many lanes are required for the USBC Women's Championship Tournament to be conducted now? Which sounds like a question for Brian Lewis.
Sounds like, Linda, you want the Women's Championship in Albuquerque, huh? Oh, okay. Good question. During our last bid process, when we landed some great host cities for the Women's Championship in Baton Rouge for 2017 and Wichita in 2019, which we're looking forward to, both cities, our bid process actually specified preferred 48 lanes in a convention center or roughly the same amount of lanes in commercial bowling centers. So, or as Chad said, we're looking at a lot of different things for both our championships, but my answer is 48 lanes is the preferred number for us.
And I would just add, plan for a larger number in the future. We're going to get serious about that event and get some more folks to go. We know it's a big deal, and we got to get serious about the solutions there.
Well, that was our final written question that we received, and we certainly thank everybody who was cooperative with us in this process and hope that it was a little bit easier for all of you to be able to get a clear and concise answer from us. It was certainly easier for us to research some of those items. If there are any topics that we haven't covered yet that you would like to visit with us about or ask questions or make comments, we would love to hear from you. Please feel free to step up to the microphone and continue the dialogue with us.
Oh, sorry, we're out of time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
I want to refer you back to your rule number 1, be nice. As you're rolling out performance standards, how did USBC rate themselves for tournament participation this year?
You know what? That is a wonderful question. And if you don't mind, Brian, I'm going to take that one. We just went through an interesting exercise as a staff. Everybody that's sitting at this table, we climbed in a room and we graded the entire platform and how we're doing. I think it's an exercise in certainly some team building, but also a general understanding of where we're at in these areas. It's easy to say, and I would answer it this way. It's easy to be critical and watch the participation numbers, but I think the last 4.5 years when the move was made, a lot of the decisions that needed to be made were needed to be financial. We'd spent a lot of the reserve structure, and we needed to get a foundation built back underneath us, and I think the board has reacted favorably in those areas to do that. But simply put, here's how I would define it. Everybody in this room, whether it be tournaments, membership, has something that they want USBC to do for them. They have something that they want USBC to be. Some of you might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 items, some smaller numbers. To be very specific with that, there's room for improvement in all those areas, and the tournaments and the championships are certainly one of them.
And I apologize, I forgot to introduce myself. Lucy Berkman, Wallrock, USBCA. My second is basically a comment that we need to all, as associations, be mindful how we treat our volunteers. There's so many times I volunteer for something, and I never get contacted back to fulfill that offer of volunteering.
Just to that, I know there's some other questions. I need to divulge that I actually took a gift this week from someone. I got a gift from George Martin from the South Dakota State USBC. I've been carrying it around all week, and I'm going to be carrying it around for a while. And all it says on there is, volunteers make a difference. Thank you for what you guys do.
How about microphone number 3?
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Monge. This is my first time. I'm from Greater Grand Rapids, USBC. My question is about the Women's Nationals in the registration policy. I feel as though you're charging us a $10 fee if we don't register online, and I feel like you're punishing the seniors who don't have computers or don't have access or don't understand, plus low vision. I am a low vision bowler. However, I still am able to work a computer. And this is a two-part question after that. So my question is, how come we can't just call and say, hey, I don't know what I'm doing online, can you please help me out, and not get charged all those fees?
Test. Oh, there we go. No, we can answer that. That's a good question. That's a fair question. Several years ago, we made the decision, with a lot of feedback from our bowlers, to go to the online registration software system. If you recall, we wanted to make a lot of improvements to just the handling hundreds and thousands of pieces of paper, and our bowlers, our captains, waiting week after week until they can have a confirmed date and time. We opted to go with a third-party vendor to do that for us, and there are fees associated with that we've charged back to the bowlers, the teams, as well as USBC has absorbed some of that. Overwhelmingly, we've had great adoption. Nearly 90% of our teams are using the online system to confirm dates and times almost immediately. We wanted to continue down that path, and it takes some additional processing with pieces of paper. We have instructed our staff to handle any calls, any questions, to walk our captains through that process. So if you have any problems walking through the computer process, we're always happy to help you.
Even if we can't see, like I said, I'm low vision. Right now, I'm still currently okay. So even if you walk me through using a computer, I'm still going to get charged. And I am not going to give up my team captain position because I've been doing it for 17 years because I have my handicap. So
we will make a special case for you. I wasn't aware of that. So we can definitely do that.
I have one more question, and then it's pertaining to the low vision part. Sometimes the overhead lights do cause me to lose depth perception, and I know that you do have a special rule that I can do something, but what my question is there a way that I can get like a registered visor that has like a code number so that if I go into any tournament and I do have a problem, that I could wear a visor, or, you know, not just me, but anybody, and then the tournament official could just look up a number that's on my visor and go, okay, you're cleared.
Well, for the Open and Women's Championships, yes.
Any
we
championships.
accommodate any and all special needs, whether it's wheelchair, whether you need visor, a hat. So that's not a problem with the championships.
But you think there would be a time and a place that we might be getting something that says USBC approved, and then we don't have to worry about bringing in all the credentials every time we come?
Are you talking about an approved visor?
Approved visor or whatever anybody needs. I mean, just something that the USBC can approve so that we don't have to bring every credential and go through the hassle with everybody and tell them, hey, I can't see, yeah. I need this, I can't do this, I can't do this at every tournament.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think you're asking for a larger set of approvals. I mean, Mike, I don't know if we have something or could.
Yeah, we've got rules for special equipment to grasp the bowling ball. Different. I would say here, this is like you said, it's something you need, and any tournament manager that's going to tell you no is really putting themselves in some type of danger there, because this does nothing for you as far as increasing your ability to bowl. It helps you do what you love to do. So, we can definitely look at it and see what we can do, because we do have cards for special equipment, but definitely something, if you could reach out to me later on, we can take a look at it and see what we can do, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go over to microphone number 1.
Hi, this is really a question. It's kind of a commercial. How often do we hear about the lack of events for women to participate at the higher average level? All the time, at least we do in Ohio, and I'm sure clear around the country. And I would like to just, with your permission, do a small commercial for the Women's All-Star Tournament that's coming up. And is John Summer in the room? Is John still here? Oh, this is for John Summer because he doesn't like to talk on a microphone. Back to Rockford, Illinois, July 19th through the 25th, $100,000 prize fund. And this would be a great opportunity for ladies with higher averages to participate. There's also the Senior Women's U.S. Open at the same time, same area, and the International Family Tournament will also be held in Rockford. So go to bpaa.com or on bowl.com and click on the link and send, I believe Ohio is sending their Queen's champion to the All-Star Tournament. And let's try to get women's bowling, maybe professional bowling again someday, but women's bowling back on everybody's calendar. Thank you.
Hear, hear, and we'll have live Bowl TV coverage of that event as well. So it's another reason to make sure you circle your calendars and join that event in Rockford. Let's hear from microphone number 2.
Jean Tondola-Smith, Ohio USBC, WBA. First of all, I would like to thank you all so much for starting a mixed tournament. I know I'm looking forward. Next year it's going to be here in Reno. And where is it going to be in 2016?
Great question. I can take that one. The plan moving forward for the USBC Mixed is for it to follow the USBC Women's Championship. So the Mixed will start in 2015 in Reno, and then it will be a part of the new venue in Las Vegas is the current plan, assuming that we end up having a successful 2015.
Thank you, and thank you for beginning that tournament.
Thank you. Let's go to microphone number 3.
Doug Moss, Greater Dayton USBC. I had a question concerning the coaching standards. To get an A, I'm going on memory now. To get an A, we're supposed to have 4 clinics. Have the coaches been notified that they are expected to work these clinics? Or, if they're expecting to be paid, I guess that's something else that the local association would have to absorb. Is this something in the coaches, when they're getting certified or getting approved, are they being told that they are expected to work these clinics so that the local associations can meet these standards?
I think the simple answer is no, but it doesn't mean that they're not available to do that. I think if you put a program together that is good for bowling, good for the sport, I think that there'll be some folks in your local area that'll help you out. There's no doubt that the financial commitment is certainly on the local association to deliver those pieces, but there's a lot of things. If you really look at that standard, there are a lot of things that qualify as a clinic, and I don't think it's going to be the stretch that it might be viewed as simply because it's a performance standard. We can certainly help contact some folks, but certainly we couldn't mandate anybody's time and it being for free.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over to microphone number 1.
Please indulge me for a second. I'm going to embarrass somebody up here. And Carl Keelik of ASO. One, I want to thank you very much for your support. Ms. Baker, can you join me up here, please? I might.
Great minds think alike.
I owe a lot to this lady. 4 years ago, when I first ran for the board, she saw my potential. When she was president, she appointed me to the board originally. For those of you that you probably already know this, she is terming out. This is her final convention as a member of the board. I want to ask you, I know you all appreciate her as much as I do. If you'll join me in please congratulating Darlene, and thank you so much for all your years of service.
You are going to make me cry.
I could not let this go without doing it. Please thank you so much, Darlene.
Mike, you are awesome. Microphone number 2.
Are we on? Roger McDaniel. I'm president of Joliet Area USBC Bowling Association. I want to thank you for one of the best conventions I have ever attended. All your members, all your volunteers and workers did a great job. All the associations here and all their delegates have done a great job of being at this thing. My question is this. I've got a guy on my board who's been on there 40-some years. He wants to know where that money from Greendale went when you sold the building. Awesome.
I apologize. I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question, but obviously there were expenses that were incurred in the move. A new building was purchased at a time when the original building certainly was still for sale. Depreciation, some of the things that go with that. I think the audited financials for each one of those years are available at bowl.com, and I would encourage him to dig in there and see the operational expenses and the things that went with that. I don't think he'll find anything in there that was outside the scope or the norm. I don't know if anyone else wants to cover that, but I think everything was above board, and it was just the process of moving the pieces from one place to the other.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple things. Obviously, when the decision was made to move down to Texas, the thought was that the Greenville building would sell, Greendale would sell at approximately the same price of the property that we purchased. Obviously, with the real estate market going south, that's part of the issue that Chad was referring to earlier, that our finances weren't in exactly the best spot that they could have been. So basically, the cash that we received from the sale actually went back into the surplus funds that we need to continue on with the business. So actually, it wasn't a windfall of cash at all. And as you mentioned, it's in the financial statements, and I'm happy to go through them with you if you have any more questions.
Thank you very much, and you too, Darlene. I appreciate you being on this board for this many years.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
So this is more of a comment along the lines of the previous lady at microphone 1 about the professional women bowlers, and Chad's comment about the future of bowling. So since the funds, as far as the awards, are on our level, I would like to see professional women bowling come back in, as USB tried to do a few years ago along with the pros, because as women bowlers, or as our collegiate female bowlers complete college, there's nowhere for them to continue on with their service in their passion of bowling. As you can see, the collegiate male bowlers moving on to the professional tour. And yes, there's women out there on that PBA tour, but the percentage of them ever really making it to be overly successful against Belmo and stuff is very low. And I really would like to see, since USBC is this big organization, to really help bring this women and make it exciting when I'm talking to these youth female bowlers, that they can have a career, not just be where some of us are at now as the local star, but have an opportunity to be consistently out there bowling tournaments and per se be on TV too and get their 15-minute or couple of years of fame. So I'd like to see the future of bowling in your comment be towards that of really working in this professional world for women and those collegiate bowlers.
I try to stay away from talking about things that get me in trouble that I'm passionate about. Anybody agree with what she's saying right there? Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that would disagree with you. My main, piece of, oh boy, I believe in a women's tour. I believe in professional women's bowling. I believe in better PBA and all the things that go with that. It's tough because it has to be sustainable. The worst thing that could happen is we roll out a small tour or try and make it bigger and it fails, because it would be just impossible to do it again. USBC does spend a significant amount of money in the progression of women's bowling with the Queens event. Junior Gold is a big piece of that. You hit the nail on the head, though. Those kids, when they come out of our programming, we don't really have a place for them to go. No regional program, no high end of the sport. There might be ways that we can do that aren't necessarily traditional tour-based with the large costs, but it's something that I think the board would consider to look at over time. I don't want to speak for them, but it's certainly something that needs to be looked at over time. I spent some time on the PWBA tour as a tour rep back in the day and made some great relationships and would love to have a place for those folks to compete again. I know Kelly's on our board. She believes that too. But it has to be the right situation at the right time with the right sponsors to make it go. Thanks for bringing it up.
And Kelly has something to add and has a microphone. Your microphone is live, Kelly.
I do. And Chad, he was a tour rep when I first started on the ladies PWA tour. We became very good friends, and him more than anybody else would have loved to have seen the tour continue on. If you had questions about what the tour was, Jan Schmidt's probably one of the best people in the room to answer those questions to. But the one thing I will say, I would love a tour more than anybody in this room for the ladies tour. And I watch all these collegiate girls coming up in the ranks. The only thing, or the one big element, and Jan, quote me if I'm wrong, that we suffered to sustain that tour is we only had 35 women competing each week. So the best thing you can do is go back to your local associations, to your female bowlers, and promote the upcoming All-Star event. Because if we have those 144 entries or get near the 300 entries that we had a few years ago when it was in Dallas Cowboy Stadium, when they see those numbers improve, people will take notice. Sponsors will take notice. So yes, I see all these girls on the collegiate level and elsewhere, and we just have to get them out there. So really encourage this All-Star event coming up in Rockford, as well as win Opens Championships. If the numbers go up, it's only going to be better for everybody. And as I said, the Olympics in 10 more years, I'll be 47, but damn it, I'm ready for it.
I believe that was the dream team that just spoke to you.
Microphone number 1.
Hi, I'm Philip Dickens from Seacoast, New Hampshire, USBC. As the youth, young bowlers, I just want to say the one thing that might get more of us involved is maybe with the actual youth, see about getting with the proprietors about doing maybe a tour of the alley itself, the back end. I've seen them do it with the Boy Scouts. Some schools have done it. It does get some kids energized, and seeing that there's more to bowling than just the ball and throwing it down the lane. Also, I'm actually about 28 years old, for the older bowlers, like our older youth, I'd like to say. Some of them actually are not being told that there's actually a governing body about bowling. They're asked to join leagues, pay the pay dues, but they're not being told that there's actually a national governing body of bowling. So it might just be a drop in communications that, because everyone's used to paying the national dues, they don't really say what it's there for or where the money goes and what it's there to help out the sport.
No, I think you're making good points. I appreciate the segue and the opportunity to talk about Bowler's Ed for just a second. That piece where you talked about touring bowling centers and the piece that goes with that. There's just isn't a better tool than a PE teacher teaching bowling in the classroom and then inevitably turning that into a field trip in a bowling center, because that will happen as part of that. And it does happen as part of that in a lot of places. Every association in this country has the opportunity to participate in that program. It's a free program, curriculum delivered through the Bowling Foundation, Bowler's Ed, or RBC Youth Team. If you're not using it, please take a look. So I think it's a great point. As to your point about information and communications to these kids, this new membership product and the piece that goes with it, the Sports Logic portal, activating and empowering locals to do more than maybe they're currently doing today. It's all a part of that package. It's all a part of that plan, is to have these folks, the new apparel program that goes with it, have these kids branded, paying attention more, Pepsi Championships, Junior Gold, Youth Open West Region, the additional USA Bowling tournaments. Those are all a product of the national governing body in conjunction with BPAA. And you're right, we need to do a better job, and we'll continue to do that. I cited a story earlier about that Atlantic Youth Summit. I'm telling you, when I came into BPA a number of years ago, it was tough to get 10 people in a room to talk about youth bowling. And from the efforts of these volunteer leaders and the support that they've given for youth bowling, everywhere we go, there's 40 to 60, 100 folks showing up. It's progress. Andrew said it earlier, it's not perfect, but it's progress. So thanks for the comment.
Microphone number 2.
Bonnie DeHardy, President, Milwaukee, USBC, WBA. I'd like to go back to the coaching clinics. Do the coaches have to be certified coaches? As you know, we have many, many skilled bowlers in the Milwaukee area, and I know from experience that a lot of them would be happy to share their skills with other bowlers. So back to my question, do they have to be certified coaches, or can we use the skilled bowlers as well?
No, ma'am. I was lucky when I came in. I had some time to do a lot of research on youth sports. And I would tell you the American Youth Soccer Organization leads the effort of what I call Teach the Teacher programs at the grassroots level. If you go to ayso.org and register as a volunteer, you'll find that a system of grassroots seminars opens up, where anybody, any varying skill level, no skill level, a parent, a mom, a dad, a brother, a sister, shows up at these clinics, and essentially they're taught how to teach soccer. That's what the USA Bowling coaching was modeled after. It's free to everyone who attends. There is no, requirement to have any level of coaching. In fact, I know there's some folks around the country, Ray, sitting here right in front of me, calling them team managers or team moms instead of coaches to make that barrier seem not as big as it once was. We have to get more of the backbone of youth sports in this country, bowling included, as volunteers. And so we have to deliver the skills that it takes to teach. And I'm not talking about quarters and cover stocks and all those other things. I'm talking about staggered stance with a delivery. And just the basics, get them going so they can keep the ball in the lane and then move up the ladder. It's free for everyone, no skill required.
Microphone number 3.
Yeah, my name is Art Machado. I'm from Hawaii. 27 years ago, we made a proposal to have the convention there. We didn't meet the requirement. Right now, we have 2 convention centers on Oahu, and I would like the board to give us some kind of consideration, maybe 5 years down the road. I'm willing to support the program and work with you for us to have the convention. I've been to 37 conventions. Bowling has been great. I appreciate it. 3 years ago, one of the bowling centers were closed for about 6 months. I invested the money because I thought we needed bowling. We needed the bowling for the youth. We needed bowling for the seniors. And this is where I come from. I have met a lot of your staff members. They're just great. I have one comment I'm concerned of is your retail on your items that you sell. I think they're way out of line as far as to cost. I couldn't believe that I went up to buy a shirt and it cost me $70. The shirt I got that I'm wearing right now is less than $20. I think that you guys should look at it. We got the people that want to buy things, but when you start looking at things that you want to take back, it's just too costly. Yeah. Anyway, I really want to thank you guys for what you're doing.
Thanks for that. The first piece of that, certainly there's a process. Who wants to go to Hawaii for convention? Did you notice that no one here raised their hands? I mean, what are you guys doing? Who wants to go to Hawaii for a convention? My gosh, come on. Yeah, Eric, everybody up here just wants to go on the site visit, let alone go there. So I appreciate that. There's a process that we go through in determining site selection that inevitably flows up to the board. Maybe we need to consider that and do some communication. As for the cost of the merchandise, I guess I wouldn't disagree or agree with that. I know that there are ancillary costs and things that go with that. I will tell you that we have a new vendor with Main Gate. And they've been in place a very short period of time, and we're continuing to monitor their progress in the situation and working with them in the future towards what we all want, which is some affordable stuff there for you guys to purchase online. Thanks for the input.
Back over to microphone number 1, Director Libby Fletcher.
In response to the gentleman from Hawaii, book 'em, Dano. Let's go. My question is for Brian Lewis, and as a member of the Women's Championship Tournament Committee, I've been asked this question, and I sometimes question it myself as a team captain. The question has been submitted to me, if we do everything online to submit our entries, why do we then have to prove the averages that are on bowl.com? Why can't staff provide that information and have us sign off on it?
Well, you're talking specifically about the what we call the pink sheet and sign off. If you remember, part of that is putting your average down, but also part of that is tournament winnings and the 15-pin rule for tournament or your tournament average. So it's kind of an all-encompassing sheet. I agree. As we advance our technology, Libby, and as we get different connections to WinLabs through CRM, I think we can make that process much easier. It's a process, and I hope we'll get there at some time. I know the staff does go through some validation or verification if our captains don't necessarily provide the averages, but that sheet, that manual is basically to help address other verifications, like I say, winnings and tournament average.
Well, if we go online and we put all of the averages there, then obviously went on bowl.com to get those averages, which I now printed off to bring with the sheet with the same averages. So I think it's a little redundant, and I think we should look at that process. And then perhaps that pink sheet could also be digital and emailed to me as a captain, since on my team I have bowlers from Darlene Baker from Illinois, I have a girl from Utah, and 2 of us from Michigan, and my companion team has 1 from Idaho, 1 from Utah, and we could email that, have all of that filled out, and they could sign it when they get here, and I think that'd be a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, you bet, and that's something we'll work towards. Thank you. And thank you, Libby. I just want to mention Libby. She has been great as an advisor and part of our task committee, helping develop the mixed. The lady mentioned the mixed event, and I appreciate your insight yourself, Karen Jost, and Carl Kielick. Thanks for all the help and guidance as we look at our championships going forward. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Hello. My name's Dan Little. I'm the Association Manager of the Joliet Area USBCBA. First off, this is my first conference. I just want to thank you guys for the great job you did. My question for you, this year you guys had bronze coach training prior to the seminar. Is that planned for the future of this event as well, like in Indy for next year?
Yeah, yes is the answer. I think it's something that's been consistent in that area, and we'll continue with it in the future.
Cool. Thank you.
Microphone number 1. Microphone number 1.
Chrissy Lee, Vice President, Monmouth County, USBC, Monmouth County, New Jersey. 2 quick comments and a question, if you please. First of all, thank you for the Women's Championship going back to scratch And a personal thank you to Karen Jost for asking me to bowl with her. I will be returning to the Women's Championship for the first time in 10 years, and I'm really looking forward to it. You are awesome. The second thing, this year's convention, I'm not going to lie, I came in with a little bit of apprehension, as I'm sure most of you did. I'm leaving here with such good feelings, and something has been awoken in myself personally. Maybe I've become a bit stagnant. Oh, you know, this weekend we're working another tournament, yada, yada, yada. I'm really looking forward to bringing back the things that I've learned to my association and to its members, and I thank all of you. It was a different feeling, a different vibe, and together we can. My question is, Bowlmore, what is USBC's relationship with Bowlmore, as they are not very welcoming to league bowlers?
Yeah, that's one that we get a lot, quite honestly. And it's one of those things that we could ask, you know, our members and local associations, you know, what are we doing with Bowlmore in reverse? In the end, you know, at the end of the day, Bowlmore is an independent operator. They're a business. We've certainly had conversations with them. We've talked to them about league bowling and those types of things. But I think what we have to realize as a Better Bowling, you know, that corporation had been through a complete restructuring financially, and then a second piece, and Bowlmore bought it out of that piece. 346 bowling centers, if you will, that could have closed their doors instantly. And so we need to give them some time to work out their business model and find viability financially to keep those centers open. Over the next year or two, I think that'll happen. I think that they'll find themselves in some of that. Hopefully they'll find that league bowling is a little bit more important than maybe they do today. But it isn't really our place to tell an independent business owner how to run the operations of their businesses, whether it's an FEC or a traditional piece. But I'm really happy that their doors are still open at this point, and I really mean that from the heart. It's a big deal, 346 centers. So I think we need to, if we can, I think we need to be a little nicer to those folks while they figure it out. But great question.
Microphone 2.
Thank you, Jason. Matt Favreau from Fairfield, Connecticut, USBC. First, thank you so much for the response to my earlier question. I really appreciate that. I just want to clarify, that question wasn't intended to knock anybody here in this room. Everybody here is a dedicated volunteer, and all your local association bowlers are very lucky to have all of you. My intent was to simply call attention to something that I've seen being at this convention for the last couple of years. The theme of this convention, Together We Can. Here in this room, I've seen incredible energy and an incredible amount of togetherness, and I really believe that we're all moving this sport together, moving it forward. But that also does include some of us younger folks, which admittedly, when I was even 5-10 years ago, not interested whatsoever in the governance side of it until somebody walked up to me and said, we need you to help lead, we need you to step up. And I know there are leaders in everybody's communities that are willing to step up if asked. So that's my little spiel there. And I do have a couple of quick questions. They're actually around equipment and spec. I had a nice conversation with this gentleman over here a few minutes ago. I've heard a lot of positive feedback. The PBA has been using their blue-dyed lane oil, and a lot of folks are very interested in that and are interested in seeing it in their local houses. I'm curious if there's any movement to develop the blue-colored lane oil for tournament or league play that could be used. It's also, I feel, could be a good teaching tool. And the other question I have to that is, if we can dye the oil blue, can we also dye it pink?
Yeah. Neil, let me cover it real quick, and then Neil come back into that. That sounds like a great thing, and it's one of those pieces when somebody does something like that. It's revolutionary and it's all great and all being. There isn't a dye today that's made that isn't going to turn your clothes and your bowling ball and all those other things that same color, whether it be blue or pink. So there's a lot that needs to be done with that. I know Neil's group's engaging in some research, but it isn't at all what it's cracked up to be at this point. It's just a visual piece for a marketing piece for the PBA right now. It's a purely marketing tactic. Neil?
Yeah, it's essentially our feeling as well. We did some testing at it years ago, literally back in Wisconsin. We used green. I don't know why, but we used green, and literally everything started to turn green. And you know, from shirts to pins to what have you. And the issues we had were, you know, you have a pattern and you expect it to be darker where it's thicker and lighter where it's not, and it just doesn't pan out, and it still doesn't pan out today. But you know, there's been a lot of advances. Like I said, we did this years ago, and there's been a lot of advances since then. So there's different things we can look at and try to understand and learn. Right now, I think the best thing it could do is tell us that, yes, this lane was just oiled and it is 40 feet. And I guess that's about it at this point.
Yes, I think the pink piece was pretty obvious in terms of marketing. If we were to come up with pink lane oil, that would make for one hell of a visual for any of those Susan G. Komen tournaments that we're going to be holding throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you. You make a great point. Just that to whatever degree we can make our game easily to understand by more people, it certainly benefits all of the objectives we're trying to accomplish. Chad?
Yeah, real quick, maybe one clarification. I think may have missed what the actual question was. The teacher that teaches the USA Bowling class is, yes, a USBC certified instructor. The folks that come to the courses, there's no affiliation that needs to be put in place there. But to that point, you know, if you're interested in teaching one of those courses, send Zach Barton at zbarton@IBC Youth an email. We have a process that you can become one of the instructors. There's a webinar that goes with it. Mr. Gates, how are you, buddy?
He wants to talk.
As a clarification, she was asking in regards to performance standards for the association conducting coaching clinics, not a USA Bowling coaching clinic. That was what her question was in regards to does the coach have to be a certified coach to run those clinics?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not completely understanding, but I believe the answer is yes. Hi, Don.
You ready? In regards to the awards, was there ever any consideration from USBC of retaining the banking for awards, retaining their system that they have, for their outlets that they have, the pricing that they have, that they could offer better prices perhaps than 2,800 local associations could get, and treat it just like you would a certification deal, where USBC takes orders, pays for the awards, distributes the awards, just like they did before, except they get paid for them.
Well, I think that process, half of that process is in place. You know, the piece with ACA where associations were able to purchase in bulk over a time period so that they could get those bulk rate discounts. I don't see a reason for us to take those awards into our house when they could go straight from ACA to the individual associations. So the answer to the first part of that question is yes, we're doing that already. The second part, I don't know why we'd want to be a third piece in that channel of distribution. It'd be quicker and more efficient just go directly to it.
Well, it's mainly pricing, I think, and the ability for volunteers at all these levels to even understand how to go about doing what you've done all these years, you know.
I get it, Don, but are you familiar with the process with the ACA and the purchasing of the awards with the association?
Somewhat, yes, I am. In fact, I've been in contact with ACA, and I know just what kind of a bear it's been, because the January 15th deadline and the 15th deadline has got, now the awards are still not out because the collection is difficult, getting the orders collected. I don't know if ACA really wants to be in the business of taking orders from all 2,800 associations when they only had like 29% that did it now. And what if it's 100%? How is ACA going to handle all that?
Well, ACA, I think you're speaking for a company that's already contracted to exactly handle that. They've already agreed to do it, Don. It's set up. Associations can purchase, and they'll ship. It's no different on the youth side. We set up a vendor boost promotions. They positioned a website, youthbowlingawards.com. Every association bowling center in this country can go direct to them for their youth bowling awards, including a little bit of a knockoff of the current awards platform. What you're asking for is there. There's just no reason for us to get in the middle of it.
It's just the pricing. Now, if you take for example, just one example, with the emblems, the magnets, and the lapel pins. Now, those that took advantage of the ordering January 15th, they may be getting those emblems for 28 cents each. Now, if an association goes back right now and has a meeting, and they want to buy some of these awards, and they contact the company, and they don't order at least 5,000 of those awards, they're going to cost $1.50 each.
Don, and not to disagree, but asked and answered. Thank you.
Pardon me? What's that?
I can change the way that I answer the question again, but you asked the question in 3 different ways. The answer, isn't going to change. There was a process for associations to go through to order in bulk, and if they chose to do that, they did, and if they chose not to do that, they didn't. But the price of the awards was dictated on that, and that'll be the policy moving forward. Right. Thanks for the question.
Right.
As I don't believe we see any other questions out from the floor, I would just like to thank all of you so much for being a part of our town hall meeting and our annual meeting. It has been such a joy. Chad, shall we have one for the road?
Together! We can! Travel safe on your way home. Thanks for being here.